toss by the captain for this.
A very good afternoon to one and all as we welcome you here to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where we are getting ready for the start of play. We do apologize for the delayed start, but that's because of the weather. We did have a slight drizzle. In fact, the rain fell, it stopped, the covers were coming off, but then they had to put them back on. But all in all, we seem to be ready now. The ground looks in wonderful picture. It paints a wonderful picture, and the two teams are looking ready to go. Of course, before any game, the toss is important as we welcome you here toward the start of the West Indies Championships 2025, Trinidad and Tobago against the CCC. Let's join Keisha Bahadur Singh for the toss.
Well, it's a lovely afternoon here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad and Tobago, and we are joined at the toss by the captain for this exciting encounter in the regional West Indies 4-day championship between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the combined campuses and colleges. With me, the captain for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Mr. Brian Charles, the captain for the combined campuses and colleges, Mr. Johan Jeremiah, and also the match referee, Mr. Michael Raghunath. At this point, we'd like to go into the toss. Heads is the call. Heads is the call. Heads it is. And heads it is. And CCC has won the toss and decided to bowl first. So at first, I'd like to ask the captain, Mr. Jeremiah, congrats on winning the toss first of all. And what are your thoughts in terms of the game plan for today?
Today, it just is the first game of the season. We looked at the wicket and we assessed, and we think that wicket would have a little moisture up front, so that would give our fast bowlers an advantage. So we chose to bowl first.
All right, definitely. And in terms of restricting this Red Force team to a competitive total, what are you looking at?
Well, we haven't have a total set, but we want to restrict them as low as possible. As I say, we came out, it's the first game of the season, and we come out to play hard cricket. So it's just for the men to come out and, showcase their skills.
Definitely. And in terms of your squad coming into this game, any changes in terms of last year's squad coming into this tournament? And also, I know you mentioned the fast bowlers, so I think you're going to go heavy with the fast bowlers in your lineup. Any particular players to note?
Yeah, we are. Well, Romario Graves is missed out today. Romario Graves and Calvin Marcus. Romario Graves played well for us last year. He's an off spinner, but we have young Avinash, from Trinidad, and he did pretty well in the last game for us. So we gave him this opportunity on home soil to showcase his skill. But we have a pretty good team.
So once again, so you just heard the two captains there as they completed the formalities out in the middle, and now we're getting ready for the actual start of play with Cephas Cooper and Vikash Mohan getting ready to do battle for Trinidad and Tobago, with the news that the CCC won the toss and opted to field first. So a little bit surprising, but I would imagine they probably feel if there is anything in the wicket at all, this is the time to exploit it. So we'll see if that in fact holds through. As I say, a very good afternoon. Once again, we do apologize for the late start, but like I said, it's primarily because of the weather. The two teams were here ready to go, but the covers remained on for an extended period of time. So we'll see what happens. Visham Lalman is here with us, and Visham, nice conditions. I'm sure the players would have been hoping for a prompt start, but everything seems okay and the weather seems to be cooperating.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ruskin. Good afternoon to all of you. Certainly, everything looks a picture for cricket, and I think the ground staff has done an excellent job here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, along with the umpires as well, to get things underway. And as per normal, the Brownlow Cricket Academy looks spectacular for cricket and the start of this 4-day championship 2025.
It should be very interesting. Last year, when these two teams met, Trinidad and Tobago completed a big victory over them. I'm sure they'll be hoping for more of the same. Brian Charles had a big match in that one as well.
Yeah, certainly the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team would be looking for a good start in this 4-day championship. And of course, the CCC team, not too different from the CCC team of the last 4-day championship. So of course the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team would be familiar, or a bit familiar I should say, with the players that are on the combined campuses and colleges unit. So I think we're in for an excellent contest, Ruskin.
Yeah, it should be an interesting battle as well, but I would imagine Trinidad and Tobago will start as favourites, being at home. And one of the things that they would have been very wary of is the fact that they haven't had the opportunity to spend much time together. You know, these players probably only came together of a short while ago, so we'll see what happens. And Hakeem Jordan starts and immediately is pushed away, so runs for Vikash Mohan. First up.
Yeah, a good looking there of the hips from Mohan to start things off, and it's good for him as well that he gets off the mark straight away, and whatever nerves that is there, that would have been ticked off by him as well. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're on the way.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these players go, because you know, it's one thing to have warm-up games and preparatory matches, but this is the real thing. And again, Jordan just searching for a good line here, a good line. We know he does have decent pace, and he can vary his pace as well. So it's always like that. Now, as soon as we have a start, we see the ground staff starting to. When you see them meandering towards the covers, you know that there's a drizzle in the air, and whether it becomes heavier, we wait to see.
It is becoming a bit heavier as we speak.
Way too wide there to interest Mohan. Mohan has been in decent nick. I think all of the Trinidad and Tobago players at different times, and this is the advantage they would have over a team like CCC, which has just been kind of thrown together at the last minute. They've had the benefit, Trinidad and Tobago that is, the Red Force, of months of preparation. Even though the weather kind of intervened at the back end, they certainly had some work, had the opportunity to put in work, almost all of them, including a North-South Classic that South eventually won on the last day. And plenty runs, double hundred by the evergreen Jason Mohammed. Cephas Cooper got runs in that game as well, just missed out on 100 himself. And I think for a moment of a single, and Mohan stopped and was trying to go back, but then he slipped. And that could have been so much worse for him. You look at him here, he was starting to come forward, then he went back, and now you see him attending to that area on the pitch.
Looks as though a slight bit of damage must have been done there with a slip, Ruskin.
We'll see what happens. He was concerned about it, but not overly so. And again, pitching up there was Jordan. And Cooper and Mohan treating it with respect. So that ends the first over. At the end of it, just 2 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago after they were put in by the CCC.
The drizzle continues. There's been a bit consistent, but now it starts calming down really, Ruskin. So it's not too much of a concern. The umpires doesn't seem concerned about the drizzle too much.
Well, they had this little cat and mouse with the weather, you know, in the last hour or so. So they're probably figuring, well, it fell, it stopped. It fell, it stopped. Maybe that is the pattern. So it fell for a little bit here. Now it seems to have stopped. And let's hope it stays away for a while yet. But this is, I suppose this has been the pattern. Because even last night I went visiting a pan yard, and that was the pattern there. The players would be behind their pans, and then they'll have to leave, and then they'll come back, and so it just continues here. That's a good snorter. Enrique O.J. Shields telling Cephas Cooper, welcome to the championships.
Shields out of Jamaica. They know a lot about pace and bounce as well. That was an absolute steam of a delivery there from O.J. Shields. I'm sure Cephas Cooper, if he didn't smell the leather before, he certainly would have on that occasion.
Yeah, he took evasive action, got under it, which is the smart thing to do. Let it pass. 3 slips on a gully. And Cooper right on top of it. And, it's been in very, very good form, Cooper. Even during the domestic competitions, he scored fairly heavily, and in all the trial matches, like I said, in the North-South, he had a game. They just had another warm-up game between the North-South and this, and he was also among the runs there.
He got 100 actually.
Yep. So he's been striking the ball very well. I'm sure he'll want to continue that here. Shields though, bang on target.
Yeah, Shields seems as though he's opted to pitch the ball in a bit shorter than what we saw from Hakeem Jordan, who's someone who normally looks for the ball to be moving early on, looking to pitch the ball up. That's something Shields can consider as well.
Yeah, it certainly is a little bit of a test for them right now to try to work out the best length to bowl on this wicket. Again, a bit on the short side, just tucking up the batsman, not express pace, but still quick enough to force Cooper to defend.
Yeah, and that's where you want to be with your short pitch deliveries. You don't want to be too wide outside the off stump or too wide down the leg side. You want to be on the body of the batsman, attacking, making them play.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how the pink ball, how the bowlers deal with the pink ball, especially when under the lights, because it can do a little bit extra on the lights. But this is a day-night game, so you're trying to play it as normal now. But then when the artificial lighting kicks in, and maybe a little bit of dew, then it could be a slightly different kettle of fish. Although in the North-South it wasn't too pronounced, but the dew was ever present. Shields not happy with something they're not comfortable. They did the smart thing, didn't try to go through with it. Just at the very last minute he pulled out.
Yeah, doing the right thing there, O.J. Shields. If you're not comfortable, I don't see any reason why in which you should continue, because you have the luxury of holding and resuming. Yeah, certainly it will be interesting to see the challenge that the pink ball poses for these two teams.
Nice little bit of movement, a little bit of a away movement there, but it goes comfortably into the gloves of Richards. It goes sprinting down to the other end as the over comes to an end. A maiden, it's 2 without loss. You look at the little bit of cloud cover. That's the worry, if you want to call it that.
It's always a concern when you see those grey clouds to the east there at the Brown Cricket Academy. And rain more than likely tends to burst through the clouds when you see those grey clouds hovering Ruskin.
They always say cricket and then rain. It's like one and the other. It's almost like they go hand in hand sometimes.
But thankfully we have excellent drainage here at the Brown Cricket Academy. You can have an outpour of rain for half an hour, and the next half an hour you can get cricket, Ruskin.
Yep. And again, you could see the inward movement there, just angling the ball into the right-hander.
I think Vikash Mohan would have dealt with that in the first over very well. He seems to be covering the ball nicely. Looks very confident and solid in the early exchanges.
Yeah, he just has to be mindful of the one that is leaving him. Again, just coming comfortably. Looks very compact as he comes onto the front foot. But it's the delivery that kind of holds its own, is the one he's going to be most wary of, because in the main, you could see Jordan trying to angle the ball into him. But if he gets one to just hit and straighten or just curl away, I think that's the one he's hoping that he could produce.
I think the pitch would offer that, because when I was out there during the toss, I was looking at the surface, and looks a bit green though in patches, and there are a couple patches of live grass, Ruskin, on both ends of the pitch, so that may assist the seamers as well.
Yeah, you always like to see that. Batsmen don't like to see it, but bowlers love it. And sometimes it hits a nut or something and does something completely different. That one kept a little bit low because you could see him veering into the pads again. Jordan, just good bowling.
I think it's good batting as well on the part of Vikash Mohan. Looking at the ball right onto the bat, ensuring that one doesn't sneak through. With a chat between the Red Force, the combined campuses and colleges teammates there.
Okay, they put that fielder at square leg, and which is a pretty good field because he's moving the ball into the right-hander a lot, even if he's not making an aggressive shot. If there was no fielder there, he could pinch a single almost every time. But that gap has been plugged. Again, coming back at the right-hander, but good judgment there on the part of Mohan. He remains on 2. And Cooper is yet to score. Over number 3 completed, and it's still 2 without loss.
I think for Cephas Cooper here, it's all about him making this opening spot on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team his own. You know, he has had good performances, as we see some maintenance work being done on the Brandland Cricket Academy. We mentioned his prolific run of scoring, Ruskin, but he has gotten the opportunity at the opening position at the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force setup last season, now this season. And he needs to come good and get the runs at the regional level.
Yeah, this is where you want to be, at your best, because this is where you announce your rival, so to speak. And Cooper, for a moment there, thought about a single. He was driving. And it really paints a good picture. Has shades of Gus Logie in his stroke play. Same build, not very tall, low center of gravity.
He's really proper, Cephas Cooper. He's also a coach in the Southeast Zone.
from a family of cricketers. I tend to call them the Cooper clan.
Well, they have their Cooper 11 foundation going. Coming out of Maruga, South Trinidad.
And it's just a way of players who have achieved some level of success giving back to their communities, and ensuring that they don't leave the others behind. That's another good delivery from Shields, climbing and forcing Cooper to really go up and reach right up. As I said, he's not a very tall man, but he handled it well.
Yeah, certainly getting on top of the bounce there of O.J. Shields. And O.J. Shields is someone who is going to rush you. Has some pace. Some healthy pace at that. So Cooper has to do well.
There are 3 slips on a gully in position, waiting. And he's driving, and that one beat the outside edge, but not by much.
I think a lapse in concentration there from Cooper. Loose drive. Let's see that again. Yeah, loose. The feet going nowhere, Ruskin.
Yeah, but that's the away movement too. You could see the ball curling. It was early swing, but he still followed it. Luckily for him, he didn't get a touch.
And as the ball swung, he continued to go towards it.
Trying to catch up with it.
Yep.
Again, this has been a pretty impressive start by the CCC bowlers, this opening pair. They're complementing each other very well.
Yeah, it's good to see as well that last delivery from Shields, in which Cooper was driving loosely. It's good to see that Shields knows that he can't pitch the ball up, and he has that, what's offered to him. That's the movement on offer as well.
Yeah, he's again driving and not knowing too much about that one. He was trying to push that maybe to cover. It ended up at fine leg. And he lives to fight another day. And eventually he gets off the mark. And the score inches on by 1 now to 3. Without loss at the end of over number 4.
Yeah, certainly off the mark there in a fortuitous fashion, Cephas Cooper. I think he'll take it nonetheless, though. It's around to his name, and it doesn't go down in the scorebook as an edge. So I think he'll take that, but he needs to be careful here now. He's going to have his first look at Akeem Jordan from the batting position. So let's see. Somewhat of a different challenge against Jordan as opposed to O.J. Shields.
And from what we've seen of Jordan, Jordan is bringing the ball into the right-hander. Shields took a couple away from Cooper. Again, you could just see that little angle, the ball just angling into the right-hander. And I suppose that's what is important when you're batting at the non-strikers, and you kind of get a chance to see what the bowlers are doing around you, so that when it's your time to face them, at least you have an idea what to expect. Like I said, if you could just get one to just straighten or leave the right-hander, it could make life very interesting indeed. Again, persisting with that line. I'm not. But every so often you find a bowler will try to tease the batsman maybe outside the off stump and push one wider. I won't be surprised if he pitches one up now, but that same width, as if to ask him, well, see if we could drive at one outside. We saw him drive at one in the previous over and missed it. There he is again, but the inward movement is so pronounced that Cooper was coming forward. It came off the inner portion of the bat.
Handled well in the end, though. Jordan, of course, he would realize from at least what has happened this morning, well, this afternoon thus far, he realized that he can't be too wide, because if he's two deliveries, he's pushed wide of the off stump, and they haven't moved as prodigious as the ones a bit closer to the batsman.
Yeah, they're kind of feeling each other out, batsmen trying to see what the bowler is doing, bowlers trying to see if they could work something away. And speaking about working away, nice bit of fielding there. The captain, Jeremiah, tumbling save at that wideish mid-on position, or wideish mid-wicket if you want to call him, a straight mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think the CCC team has a lot of young prospects that I'm looking forward to seeing in this tournament, and I'm sure everyone around the Caribbean and the world is looking forward to that as well. The Mario Richards, the wicket keeper, Ruskin, what an excellent performer.
Yep, so again, but this is what this tournament is all about, is to expose the talent and allow the talent to grow and to blossom, and cricket is a hard game, and you have to play at a level that allows you to excel at that level. But not everybody will do it at the same time. Some people take a little while longer than others. But the idea is, if you're playing, then you learn about it. You understand a little bit more how to do all the basics and then some. It's the end of another over, and still run scoring. A little bit difficult at the moment. 3 without loss after 5.
Yeah, so a good start from both teams. The key thing for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they haven't lost an early wicket just yet. And they're weathering the storm of both OJ Shields and Hakeem Jordan. And I say it's a storm, but they've really been good this afternoon, Ruskin.
Yeah, the bowlers have done very well, and they've been complimented in the field quite a bit as well. So it's a good. Those are good signs, and I'm sure their coaches will be very happy with how they've started. I know that Keno Mason, the former Trinidad and Tobago batsman, who again would have been in Cooper's position, And that's another beautiful delivery. Right up in the block hole. That's good bowling again from Shields. He's not afraid to bring the ball up to the bat, or even though predominantly he's been bowling short of a good length and trying to push the batsman onto the back foot.
Yeah, interesting there what Vikash Mohan would have been thinking. He may have expected a short delivery from what we were seeing from Shields earlier.
Well, it's a lovely afternoon here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yes, it's the ones that going away. Can he produce one that leaves him? And this time they're going to get the single. So a little bit of indecision there. I don't think Cooper started quickly enough, although he probably had his eyes on the fielder and realized that he didn't have to hustle too much and amble the single. So one more to Mohan. He goes to 3. Cooper, who's on 1, is on strike. And this is a fairly sedate start. I mean, when you compare this to how Australia started this morning, and they were just going, blazing away. And that was outside leg stump. I don't think Cooper has to worry, although there was an appeal. And I was just talking about that Australia. Long ago you make 250 in a day, you're happy. Australia made 330. Yep. And a large portion of that second session, even the third session, they spent 100 balls.
Yeah, not earning
a boundary. Yep. And then all of a sudden they had like 3 or 4, and Smith went to his 100. But it meant that in those overs, those 20 overs or how many it is, they were just about going at a 3 runs and over, 4 runs and over. But they had such a good start, that they were going, probably 6 and over. And, if they didn't, Madman didn't get out, caught on the boundary, attempting another six. Who knows?
I think Labuschagne could consider himself very unlucky as well, because it seems to be an excellent batting pitch in Gaul.
Yep. The bowlers really struggled a bit on it. Although you have to say Sri Lanka dropped a few catches, so they put themselves in a hole.
And how often you see the likes of Prabhaja, Surya, Nishan, Perry, and these spinners, how often do you see them have this rough patch or start a match like this? They normally tend to get a bag load of wickets in Sri Lanka or skin at home.
Yep. But no, I've always said that the pitch and the proximity to the ocean. I'm not quite sure what's the dynamic there, but I mean, even here in Trinidad, you think of some of the pitches that are close to the shoreline, as Gaul is, the stadium at Gaul. Sometimes the pitch plays according to the tide patterns and what have you.
Yeah.
So it could be interesting. Another pretty good over from Shields. He remains consistent, and it's 4 without loss at the end of over number 6.
A very slow start, and you could expect that at times. Of course, this being the longer format, the 4-day format of cricket here in the Caribbean, and it's good to see again, Ruskin, the Cricket West Indies, the board, of course, getting another regional tournament out, and of course they'll be hoping that this one is successful. All well wishes to them.
Again, the players are the ones who, the West Indies could have the West Indies board, that is, could have the best laid plans.
True.
But it's the players who, really have to take advantage of these opportunities. And if you're a batsman, then you want to make runs. If you're a bowler, you want to take wickets. If you're a rounder, you want to do a bit of both. The wicketkeeper, again, a wicketkeeper batsman, you want to make runs and do a good job behind the stumps. Because that is what the opportunity is. This is what is being presented to you here, to showcase that talent.
Yeah, certainly. A number of guys, as I said, on the CC team getting an opportunity again, carrying on from last season. Guys like Romario Graves, Siddiqui Henry, and Avinash Mahabir, who had 7 wickets against Guyana last season at UWI Spec.
I was just looking at the composition of the squad. There's 7 Barbadians in the CCC team. I think there are 4 Jamaicans. So that's 11 accounted for there. 1 from Grenada, 1 from Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, last season, San Hackett and Shatrohan Rambaran would have been a part of this team as well, from Trinidad and Tobago.
Again, they can't get the run because that man is strategically located there and making life very difficult for the batsman to rotate the strike.
Yeah, a lot of balls that has been served up by Jordan, and as you rightfully mentioned as well, that fielder has been posed there purposely, just backward of square leg. And a lot of deliveries has been played to him. It's almost as though Jordan, the batsman, and Mahabir Singh at square leg were playing alone.
That's a good delivery again, and that's the one. A little bit of bounce, but again, a little bit of movement.
Yep.
And if you could, I always said, if you could get the one to just hold the line, because predominantly the ball is coming in to the right-hander, and the ones that just straighten or moves away could cause real damage.
Certainly, it's good to see Jordan just pushing it a bit wider, inviting Mohan to push at it.
Too wide, not interested. Allows it to go through, to be taken by the keeper at the end of the over. And at the end of that over, 7 completed. It's still 4 without loss.
And Jordan again bringing forth almost a chance there in that previous over of his. First real loose-looking push there from Vikash Mohan, if anything. So Crown staff members coming out. Be a bit of an area of concern. Maybe some sawdust ruskin.
Yep, always helps. Helps to dry the surface just quickly.
The landing area of the seamer.
And it's right on the line, and that's where that front foot you tend to plant. That's your plant leg there. So you want to make sure that everything is okay there, because you don't want to be worrying about if it's going to hold or not. That's something else that a bowler doesn't need to be worried about. You already have a headache worrying about where you're going to pitch the ball to the batsman. The hands go up. Again, nice little away movement. You could just see a little curl as the ball touches down outside the off stump. Cooper, though, very assured as he allows it to go through. And that's probably the most embarrassing thing for a batsman. You leave the ball alone and you get bowled down. Because you almost always felt you have it covered. And then you say, oh shucks. That's a wayward one. For the first time we see him just straying onto the patch there a little bit too much. Maybe he's trying to bowl a little bit quicker. Again, maybe going for that Yorker, trying to push it in there.
He seems to be striding for a bit of extra pace on that one. No chance for the Mario Graves diving away to his left.
You mean Demario Richards behind the stumps?
Mario Richards. Luckily, he got some hand on it, though.
Yeah, but that probably would have gone for 4. I don't think the man down at fine leg Bailey would have had a chance coming across there. Into the legs again. So he's probably just losing his line here a little bit. I don't want to think he's fatigued, but he's probably just overthinking the situation here. He probably feels he has to do something differently. What he's been doing is just fine, you know. So I think the captain would probably tell him, don't worry too much about it, just continue plugging away.
He's been bowling well. He just didn't manage to get anything through just yet, pick up a wicket just yet. Needs to be a bit more patient.
Yeah, it's quicker delivery. That could be the first boundary of the day, and it is. It just seemed to, not sure if it's a full toss, and it's probably it's over the waist as well. Yeah, he just kind of stuck the bat out, and it was signals a no ball by the umpire as well. So double jeopardy there for Shields. Produces a no ball and gets punished for it.
A much welcome boundary for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and Vikash Mohan. And his first off this season as well. That must feel good, but he did well though, he handled it well.
Yeah, he didn't try to overhit it, he just guided it more than anything else, using the pace of the bowler to his advantage. Stifled appeal again, drifting into the pads. He's kind of gotten it a little bit wrong in this over compared to his previous overs where he was spot on off stump just outside. Started with a brute of a first ball, a bumper that had Cooper ducking for cover.
Just been a bit all over the place in this over. Too straight, too full at times as well.
This is more like it. He's right on spot there, and nothing much they could do with that one other than just present the full face of the bat.
You want to make there his home, OJ Shields. live on that line, live on that length as well.
This is excellent bowling from him. When he gets it right, he's so, he looks so polished, because the one he bowled to Cooper that he pitched up and that left Cooper had him driving at wind. Just again, a little bit on the short side, and Mohan stands up and pushes it into the offside. No run, 12 without loss at the end of over number 8.
Yeah, so it's still early days on the one, and Cooper and Mohan just trying to find their way as this innings progresses. As this innings progresses, and 12 without loss, if you're looking at the scoreboard, and don't think they should be too worried. They have been trying their very best to get through this opening passage of play, this opening burst here from Jordan and Shields, who seem to be tiring just a bit.
Yeah, so it's important that they just hold their nerve here a little bit. They haven't gotten the wicket, but they haven't, they haven't been punished or anything like that. So it's not like they were leaking runs.
Yeah.
It's just that last over we just saw Shields maybe just become a little bit, as they say, a little bit tired, or just started to overthink the situation a little too much. All he needed to do is just continue doing, and we saw that because he came back with a couple of good deliveries after the no ball. And that's well played again. That's brilliantly played by Cooper. Gonna get a couple.
I think it's brilliant running as well on the part of Cooper and Mohan. Good fielding effort as well by skipper Jeremiah, it seems.
So just going to nice conditions. The weather has held up nicely now. Whenever that happens, I don't like to say too much about the weather because I always tend to do the opposite thing that you're thinking it should do. But for all intents and purposes, we did have that kind of threatening clouds to our left, but they seem to be higher now. And that's well played again by Cooper, not going after the bowler outside the off stump, allowing the bowler to come to him and try to pick him off.
He's just ensuring that he covers the line of the stumps, and once it's outside there, he allows it to go into the gloves of Richards.
Yeah, this has been in the face of the quality of the bowling, this has been a good response from the batsmen.
Yeah.
They haven't been beaten too much other than when Cooper played at one outside the off stump. And a little flick down the leg side, appeal, but not outside the umpire. More in hope than anything else. The bowler didn't seem too convinced.
Too straight from Jordan, just maybe clipping one of those part of the pad there on the way through to the keeper.
You see, you all have the modern pads now. I think, we had pads with the buckle. You hear a big song when you hit that buckle. You could tell it came off the buckle, And then we went to the one with the Velcro. That's well played. That's gorgeous, but he won't get a run for it. He was on the front foot this time, Cooper, stroking it beautifully, and can't get a run for it.
Normally plays the straight drive and the cover drive so well. Cephas Cooper. I'm sure when he played that shot, he was hoping that he found the gap. So always puts pressure on you when you're finding the fielders consistently, but of course he would know that he has a wealth of time to bat.
Well bowled again, but Cooper again showing good restraint. The end of the over, 14 without loss. Now after 9. And of course Visham is going to get a breather. And Keshav Bahadur Singh is going to join us. He did the toss for us this morning. And Keshav, what was the pitch conditions? What did it look like? I think Vishal said it had a little bit of grass and a little green tinge.
Yeah, well, good afternoon, Ruskin, and to all of our viewers. Definitely a pleasure to be alongside you in the commentary booth. The pitch itself definitely seems to be a great batting surface, but there were some areas with extra grass that offered some assistance for the fast bowlers. So at the toss, I think the usual expectation might have been to bat first, but when speaking with Captain Johan Jeremiah of the CCC team, he indicated that there was just some moisture on the surface, and noting the weather around, he wanted to get first strike, given the fact that he has a potent fast bowling lineup. And as we mentioned fast bowling, we are going to see the first mention of spin, because he did note that correct, the only Trinidad and Tobago player in the CCC lineup, Avinash Mahabir Singh, and at the toss the skipper mentioned that he was going to be a very lethal weapon for the CCC in this game, and looking forward to the season. Of course, in his debut last year, picked up quite a number of wickets and seems to be an exciting prospect for the future.
So this is, this is what this tournament presents to players like him. Just an opportunity to, you know, to express yourself. And I'm sure the coaching staff would have been telling him that, you know, don't do anything out of the ordinary. Do what you can. And talking about doing what you can, there goes Vikash Mohan, and hitting it beautifully back past the bowler, over his head, of course, and down to long off for 4 runs.
But he didn't wait too long to get any sighters from Mahabir Singh, did Mohan. He just looked at the first delivery and decided to just come down the track in the second. And a nice looking shot over the top. Of course, the fielder's inside the 30-yard circle, so allowed him to go with that aerial route. But you see that confidence from Mohan. He knows he has played on this track for quite some time and knows that he can back himself.
Not much turn, so he could take the chance. And this is the hallmark of a quality batsman. You're not going to go gung-ho and try to hit everything. You just hit a beautiful shot, but you kind of show the restraint. Here he is again, just sort of ambling out of his crease. Didn't really jump down the wicket at him, but you could see him making the advance. It's almost like he has itchy feet. He wants to get at him. Here he goes again. That's another brilliant shot, this time on the onside, and Cephas Cooper was taking cover.
Well, he had to duck there, Cooper, otherwise it would have been an unfortunate incident. That one was struck quite powerfully from Mohan, and the angle low enough for Cooper, you see, just ducking for cover and safely out of the way. Another 4 to Mohan.
Abhijit Mansingh at mid-on had no chance. That ball was hit really hard. And like we said, Cooper probably was bracing for he probably saw flashes in front of him there, trying to get out of the way. If I was Cooper, I'd go a little wider, give myself a little extra chance to see the ball. But that's the end of the over, and 2 good boundaries coming in that one, pushes the score up to 22. Mohan goes to 17. Cooper is 3. It's 22 without loss after 10.
That over 2 boundaries coming for Vikash Mohan, and showing his intent to accelerate the run scoring. Of course, was very cautious and watchful in the early overs from the seam bowlers. Did have a nice spell from Shields as well as from Akeem Jordan, who looks to be set to continue from the media center end.
Yeah, he's bowled well, and but like I said, he just needs to continue. I suppose it's about the experience too. He's done this before, so you know what is required. He's striving for that away swinger there, but starting a little too wide, and Cooper not really interested.
Cooper seems definitely comfortable at the creases. Only 3 runs from 31 deliveries, but he's not seeming phased at all. He's taking his time. A very technically proficient batsman. Not playing at any deliveries that he doesn't need to.
There he is. And we were saying that, he has the luxury or the confidence knowing that he's not just batted on this wicket in the past, but in recent times he's scored runs here. Remember in the North-South he got a 98. It was very unfortunate to be given out sweeping, but when 100 looked, certainly on the cards, and subsequent to that he came and he scored 100 in the warm-up game just last week. So he has good form and good touch. And he batted in that North-South game. He batted really responsibly, and there was a period where he had to consolidate, like he's doing now, not trying to score too quickly, but just playing on merit. And he did that well, together with Jason Mohammed, and they put on a Herculean partnership to get South out of trouble and into a comfort zone, to the point where they went on to score in excess of 600 runs. Okay, he is trying to force this one though off the back foot.
One of his favoured shots, that backward punch through the offside region. Just getting the inside edge of the bat. On a couple occasions we saw that inside edge, in the opening overs as well. Fuller length delivery that took the inside edge of his bat and ran down to the fine leg region. So not yet getting into his full stride with the full face of the bat up to the ball, but again, as you mentioned, an informed batsman is Cooper.
Yep, in that North-South game, there's an appeal, but not out, says the umpire once again. In that North-South game, when he batted first, he got 98. He was LBW to go via sweeping. And when you consider they were 29 for 2, and he and Jason Mohammed took the score to 202 for 3 when Cooper departed at that point in time. So, like I said, he really played very well. In 50, he came off of 109 balls. Short ball, looking to punch it, but he can't get it through. And the misfield, but no damage done. It remains 22 without loss, a maiden over.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Cooper in that innings, 98 runs off 192 deliveries. He spent 242 minutes at the crease, strike rate of 51, and faced 151 dot deliveries. So what that story essentially tells you is that he has no problem batting long and being patient. He can take his time and get into the crease. We all know he's capable of playing the attacking shots when required to, but I think he has that maturity and that mindset needed for this longer format where you don't need to rush. You can just play to the merit and play to your strengths.
Yeah, they put on 173 runs for that third wicket. Mohan again. This is an interesting battle here between these two, because Mohan isn't going to allow Mahavir Singh to settle, it seems. He just wants to try to get at him as quickly as possible. Just have a slip and a forward short leg. Short, fine leg. A deep square leg. A mid wicket and a mid one. Then there's a mid off, a cover, and a backward point. And again, good cricket all around. Good delivery. Just flighted on the pads a little bit, but turned nicely into the onside by Mohan. So he inches on by one more now. He goes to 18. Cooper, who's very sedate, very quiet, very watchful. 3 from 36. So this has been good. He's going to get another single here now. Has to hurry, but he does well.
Again, a stylish looking drive from Cooper just for a single, but you see that proficiency that we mentioned before in terms of his technique and his ability to get that full face of the bat. Play in the V's.
Again, they're going to pinch another quick single, and this is good cricket, because you're not making an ultra aggressive shot, but you're doing enough to keep the scoreboard ticking over and rotate strike as much as possible.
And they're also putting pressure on the bowler, not allowing him to settle.
There he goes again with another smashing drive. This time Cooper joins the fun, but he hit this one all along the ground and spread across the turf for 4 runs.
A magnificent drive there from Cephas Cooper. Just waited on it, timed that one to perfection. It's always a beautiful view when you see that ball running along the carpet for 4. 29 complete, 29 after 12 overs without loss, and Cooper getting into the action with his first boundary of the day.
Yeah, what a shot that is. And when you consider there were 2 really forceful drives from Mohan and the over before from Mahabir Singh. One of them almost took Cooper out, but Cooper almost like returning the favor, you know, as if to tell Mohan, if you feel you alone can hit this shot, you know. He just uncorked. It was coming almost uncharacteristic based on how he's been playing all along. You know, he just ups and unleashed that one.
He thought he would have gone with the forward defensive rather than a drive.
Or just push it, you know.
Correct.
He gave it the full treatment. So Andre Bailey it is, who is going to pick up the attack now. Okay, not the same piece, but bowlers like him can be slippery, as we say sometimes, and be very tricky.
It all depends on what tricks he has up his sleeves in terms of if you don't have all of the pace, you have to use subtle variations either with the seam, use of the crease, the angle at which you are bowling, areas in which you are pitching.
And again, good cricket, not trying to force it too much, just push and run. I know there are 3 other games going on today. In fact, games that started earlier today. This is a day-night game, and the good thing about that is that all the teams are going to get to experience the day-night game, because every round there is a day-night game. It just so happens these 2 playing the first one in the first round. He was going a long way outside his legs to try to catch up with that one.
Nice take by the wicketkeeper, ensuring that there were no extras. But as you mentioned, this pink ball game, a bit of history that we're in at this moment in terms of the first time that a regional competitive match is being played with the pink ball, and I really like the introduction of that aspect from Cricket West Indies. Get players accustomed to that format whenever they need to play in the international stage.
Again, Cooper right out in front. Really paints a beautiful picture when he comes so confidently onto the front foot. In fact, when you consider it, most batsmen, when they do that, they look, you know, like you can't out them at all. And then they run into problems when they try to play attacking shots. Either the head isn't as still as it should be, or they misjudge the line or the length.
You also don't want to cramp yourself and get too bogged down at the crease, in terms of if you're not scoring as frequently, and that one lapse of concentration, as you know, Ruskin, you can spend how long at the crease, face how many deliveries, but it takes just one split second for you to miss in terms of that precise judgment, and that can lead to your dismissal. Cooper, what we have seen over the years, he has a sound mind and just needs to continue with that.
He is again coming onto that front foot, really just stroking the ball, really looking as compact and as picturesque at the crease as you could imagine. The end of another over, and at the end of it, 30 without loss now after 13.
As you mentioned, the other games going on at the same time. You note that Guyana Happy Eagles taking on Barbados Pride. West Indies Academy against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes against the Jamaica Scorpions.
I think Guyana batting, they got 137 for 4. I remember all of these teams are going to be without, Barbados actually the ones batting, and all of them are without some of their key players. So, everybody is probably short right now, but the ones who get the opportunity, trying to make hay. Moving right in behind this, and we have the West Indies Academy against the Leeward Islands. 167 for 4. Leeward Islands. So. This is a much better over so far. And in the other encounter, Jamaica, 163 for 4. And Jamaica, remember, lost to Trinidad early in the tournament last year, and then came back at the death and and defeated Trinidad and Tobago. So it just tells you.
One thing you notice in terms of the consistency of the scores, Ruskin, is that
4 wickets.
Correct. 4 wickets have fallen, and all of the scores are within that region: 142, 167, 163.
Here he goes again. As it's given flight, he gives it flight, going the other way. And another beautifully played shot there. Really, as soon as it went up in the air, Cooper was right under it and hiked it whole corner.
Well, Cooper says thank you very much from Mahabir Singh. Extra flight, and Cooper played it with all his might. Lofted on drive and confidently over the boundary rope, so showing that he has the strength.
And again, a little bit quicker, a little bit flatter, which is understandable from Mahabir Singh, but it ends the over. At the end of it is 35 without loss, now 14 completed.
So Cooper, you can see, just getting into his stride, and both batsmen have taken a liking to their fellow nationality compatriot Avinash Mahabir Singh, of course from Trinidad and Tobago, and both batsmen would know him from playing in that Premier 1 circuit at the club level, as well as during the different trial stages and preparation. So I think it's a tough ask of Mahabir Singh to bowl with a relatively new ball, only 14 overs in, and he's 3 overs into his spell, so he would have come on just around that 10 over mark.
And again, just trying to give himself a little bit of room here, trying to play that sort of cross-batted shot, that flat-batted shot. Probably much prefer to see him stand up straight and punch it through the offside. Again, he doesn't have to try to hit it hard. This time he's walking into it nicely.
It's always better when you see the full face of the batter. We know with modern day style of cricket, Ruskin, you see all of those innovative shots, the cross-batted ones, opening the face and reverse sweeps, paddle scoops and whatnot, but we might sound a bit old school in saying that there's nothing better than using the full face of the batter and playing through the V's.
Yeah. But the modern cricketer will tell you, I suppose they're adopting the Steph Curry rule. Why shoot 2s when I can shoot 3s? why block the ball when I could hit a boundary? And it's. But if you think of the law of averages, it really works against you because sooner or later you're gonna probably miss Q1, or but a lot of the modern day batsmen don't worry too much about that. They just think only of the successful part of it. And if they see ball, they will hit ball. Doesn't matter if it's the first ball or the last ball before a session, the end of a session, the first ball of a new session, last ball of the day. The ball is there, they're going with it.
Well, that positive mindset is definitely one of the plus that you can take from that new approach to batting. We see not just locally alone, but across the globe, and even with the baseball style of play that you see England has adopted, and even with the different international teams, Australia, India, New Zealand, you have players who they're given a specific role. When they come to the crease, they're going to play one style. Rishabh Pant, you saw the reaction from Sunil Gavaskar to when Pant out on one of those deliveries, playing the same type of shot. And it was just truly, unique to see him playing that side of manner, despite getting dismissed the same way repeatedly.
Risk and reward. That's well bowled. Right up in the block hole, but give Mohan credit. He did well to keep it out. And he lives to fight another day. The players are going to get some refreshment. The over comes to an end. 15 gone. It's 35 without loss. We'll take a break and come back with more after this.
Sorry for the hospital, because he knows I'm nothing with that ball right now. Well, welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in this encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the combined campuses and colleges. At the drinks break, 15 overs completed, and the TNT Red Force 35 without loss. Of course, the news from the toss initially, the CCC winning the toss and deciding to have a bowl first, sending the Red Force into bat. And we saw a very interesting first period of play there. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force very cautious and mindful in the opening couple of overs, and then some more expansive shots coming down to the end. As I am Keshav Bahadur Singh, and alongside me Visham Lalman in the commentary booth. And of course we had the legendary Ruskin Mark previously, who will rejoin us shortly. But looking forward to the next few overs here, Visham. What do you think the CCC needs to try in order to get a breakthrough?
Well, I think they need to just be consistent with their line, their lengths, and I thought that Cephas Cooper and Vikash Mohan, they took a liking to Avinash Mahabirsingh. Now we're seeing a change in the bowling immediately from the southern end. It's going to be Abhijay Mansingh, the leg spinner. I like this move though. The leg spinner to the right-handers always poses a challenge. The ball is going to be turned away from the bat of the right-hander. There's a slip in place as well. I like this.
Yeah, I agree. I think I would have liked to see just one more fielder close in or around the bat, especially as he's now starting his spell. Just put that extra pressure. Starts off in a nice area, Mansingh. Good loop and flight. Always a pleasure to see that from a spinner.
Yeah, certainly. And Mansingh would have played with the Scorpions, the Jamaica Scorpions in the last season. So with the CCC this time around.
Driven nicely from Cooper for a single. You can see that Cooper is just getting into his stride now after facing 46 deliveries and just 13 runs, but again looking a bit freer over the last couple of overs.
He didn't look too bothered by the early onslaught from Jordan and Shields and the early pressure they built up.
Nicely played again through the offside, so both batsmen content with the spin. Of course, the ball is still relatively new, and you're not seeing a significant turn and offer. This pitch, as you took a look at it yourself this morning, Visham.
Yeah, just a bit of grass in and around in patches on the surface. Some live grass at that, and Ruskin mentioned it's always a cause of concern for batsmen as well when they see that. Because of course you can expect the ball to nip around. Sometimes, as he said, it hits a knot of those said grass, and you know it can always do some dirty things.
Through the gap from Cooper. Look to see if they can get a couple. No, they can't. Slight skid from Vikash Mohan there, and also the fielder got around pretty quickly, so just one added to the score. But I like this approach from Mansingh. You can see they are definitely taking more caution with him than Mahabirsingh. As you mentioned, that ball turning away from both of them naturally. And that completes the 16th over, 38 without loss. Red Force going along nicely, and after winning the toss and deciding to bowl first, Visham, how do you think Captain Jeremiah would be feeling at this stage? Do you think he would be overly concerned as they have not gotten any breakthroughs with that initial due factor he was looking at?
I don't think he'd be too unimpressed with what he would have seen from his bowlers. Barring the couple boundaries that was struck of the bowling of Mahabirsingh, he didn't bowl too badly, just a bit too full at times as well. So I don't think Jeremiah would be too unimpressed with it. He'd be a bit happy with how things would have went, although he would have wanted an early breakthrough, make a bit more use of that early preparation, moisture with the pitch being under the covers for such a long time with the rains coming in and out as well. But I think he'd be a bit more happy than unimpressed.
Yeah, spot on. The bowlers have been doing a good job. Really haven't given much loose deliveries away, and even the boundaries that were struck, in fairness to Mahabir Singh, they weren't bad deliveries. They were just taken advantage of by the likes of Mohan and Cooper. Usually a batsman early in the innings, it might be a more defensive, look to play a forward defensive rather than those lofted drives. But again, modern day cricket requires modern day initiatives.
I thought that they went about it well, though, because of the fact that you always ask batsmen at the top, just bat balls, and the more balls you bat, you're gonna get a bit more accustomed to what the bowlers are doing, what the pitch is doing, and you're gonna be a bit more comfortable as your innings progresses. The more balls you bat, and that's what we are seeing from Mohan and Cooper.
Captain Jeremiah just at that wide mid-on position, close to the bowler. And I've seen a few shots from Cooper in that region of the offside, but unable to pierce the gap. So he's looking very solid, very efficient. It's just to get that efficacy of getting the ball through the gaps and getting some runs. And even if you find you're playing the ball straight to the fielder, sometimes just play either to the left or right and look to get some singles. Keep the strike rotating as well. Well watched on this occasion. That tempting delivery.
Yeah, just pushing it wide outside the off stump, asking Cooper, if you want to drive, and if you like playing the drive, which we all know he likes to do. He is being invited by Bailey.
And they're leaving a gap between the fielder at point and short cover, who's a bit closer to the pitch. So a nice area there, tempting Cooper to play that square drive. And he goes after it on this occasion. Right on cue. And it's good bowling also from Bailey. Not afraid to put the ball up into the drive. Deciding to take a wild swing at that one, I would say, consider how he's batted thus far. The first loose shot.
He knocked on his door once, he knocked the second time, he decided to open it.
And you can see the delivery dying before it reached the wicket keeper. So that's another variation of Bailey taking some pace off of that one. And finishes a maiden, 17 gone, 38 without loss.
Yeah, a probing over, I'd say, from Bailey. And it's my first look of Andre Bailey, and tell you what, he's looking good. His run-up seems to be comfortable. There's Mr. Azim Bassarat, the Vice President at the Cricket West Indies, the President of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, and Mr. Amar Samaru to his right, to Mr. Bassarat's right, and to your left, a member of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board as well.
Wider on that occasion from Mansingh. Mohan seemed as if he was going for the shot and just pulled out the last minute. There is protection deep on the offside boundary, a deep cover. And it's always great to see Mr. Bassarat at the games. He's one to never miss. Always shows his support and his presence in person in all cricket throughout the country and the region once given the chance. Cut away from Mohan, but straight to the fielder. So Mansingh, one fuller, one shorter, is toying with Mohan, checking to see if he's willing to play those shots outside of the off stump.
I really like how Mansingh is varying his lines, his lengths, and his pace as well.
And you also see a fielder at the deep backward square position. Interesting because of the fact that he's bowling mainly with an offside field, but just in case Mohan or Cooper decides to sweep. And pulled away from Mohan, too short from Man Singh, and that will run away to the boundary for 4. Man Singh just dropping a bit short on that occasion, and the ball just stood up in the pitch. Mohan back on across quickly enough and pulled away nicely to the ropes.
And that seems to be the end of the over as well. But yeah, certainly a bit too short on that occasion. Always difficult for you as a bowler, Keshav, you know, when you bowl 5 dot deliveries on the trot in an over, and then that last delivery you serve up is a bad one, and it's pounced on by the batsman. It's always difficult, you know, ending the over badly.
42 without loss after 18. And sometimes, you know, bowlers can bowl 5 deliveries in the same area, the same spot, and then they try something on that 6th delivery, which can lead to a boundary or even a wicket.
Yep.
And played expertly through the covers from Cephas Cooper. Majestic stroke, and exactly what we were speaking about in the previous over. One of his favored shots.
Yeah, trademark Cephas Cooper drive, or this time a square drive from him. He loves the offside. A bit too short and wide from Bailey this time around. And yeah, certainly Cooper won't miss out on that. Got on top of the bounce nicely and absolutely cracked it away for 4.
Yeah, everything just seemed to fall into alignment there. And solid in defense again. So he's given the signal to Andre Bailey. He may have gotten the better of me with a couple deliveries in the past over, but I've got my eyes setting now.
And Cooper as well, he loves playing at the Maryland Cricket Academy. He would have lit up this said venue in the Dream 11 T10 Blast a couple months ago. Keshav, that was sensational to watch his batting at least.
And driven nicely. Fielder is there for protection, but I like the quick single taken. Just to the left of the fielder, and good communication between the opening pair. As you mentioned, that Dream 11 tournament, of course, that T10 totally different in format and approach to this regional West Indies 4-day championship, but it just goes to show you that someone like Cooper, even though he's taking his time in this innings, he does have the ability to go quick and aggressive when required. Faint appeal, going down the leg side.
Well, there's a look at that shot again from Cooper. Look at how he pierced the gap to perfection there. That absolutely raced along the green top here, the Brownland Cricket Academy there, Keshav. That got to the boundary in a flash.
Timing and power and precision. And he cuts at this one, and it goes through the gap, past the slip cordon, and again runs away to the boundary for 4. Vikash Mohan this time getting on the action, and too short from Andre Bailey. 50 comes up on the board for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 51 without loss, and just one delivery left in the 19th over. Also the 51 partnership for this opening pair coming up in 114 deliveries. Nice looking shot there from Vikash Mohan.
Yeah, certainly he has shown that he can play on the back foot and the front, and this time he was greeted with a short and wide delivery, and he got on top of the bounce nicely and worked it into the gap.
Wayward this time from Bailey, as you just see some rain droplets coming across the ground. 19 overs completed, 51 without loss, and Red Force going along nicely. It's always a positive start to have an opening partnership getting up to that 50 mark, and not just for this game, but in the context of the season. You know, it's definitely going to augur well for these batsmen as well as the Red Force camp, getting the foot in the right direction.
Certainly, I agree with that. Cooper and Mohan has been in prolific form, so they're looking to carry on that form, and they've started well here this afternoon. You mentioned that Cooper as well, he has the ability to adapt and change gears. I think what those performances in the T20 tournament and the T10 tournament did, I'll continue that after this.
He got a hand to it, but still runs down to the fielder at long off. So you see some more protection on the boundary for Mansingh. Deep cover, a long off, and the fielder from deep backward square in the previous over now moved to deep mid wicket where that boundary was struck.
Yeah, Keshav, so what those innings would have done, we've seen him play all versions of the game, and Cooper has been absolutely sensational. What that tells me is that he's an all-format player. He has the ability to play all formats.
I think most of the modern day cricketers have developed their games into that multi-format stage. Of course, to make yourself more marketable and more viable, so that you can play across each of the formats. Mohan also featured previously in some editions of that T10 and also prolific in the T20 format. So I really like the maturity shown from these batsmen, knowing that they are in this 4-day longer version of the game. Driven nicely, but straight to the fielder again. So don't have to be too worried at this stage. Bad deliveries will come and the boundaries will follow. 20 completed, 52 without loss.
Yeah, 20 overs done and dusted and 52 without loss. I think that's certainly in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Forces. They would be the happier of the two teams with the start just yet, because of course CCC would want to pick up a wicket. They would have wanted to pick up a wicket already. But they've still been able to do well in patches. Just need to be a bit more consistent, Keshav. We've seen Bailey, attacking the stumps. He has been inviting Cooper outside the off stump, but at times you've seen him straight down the leg side on occasions, on a consistent basis in the last over as well. So just a bit more consistency needed, I think, with the lines, the lengths, and for the spinners. It's really much the same thing.
And Bailey given another over to try and see if he can outwit one of the pair at the wicket. Of course, in terms of bowling options for the CCC, already used the likes of OJ Shields, Hakeem Jordan, Mahabir Singh, Mansingh, Bailey. Bit uppish. Jeremiah at that short mid wicket position. Just dropping shy of him on the bonks. Of those half chances, you might say.
Yeah, just short. I think heart in mouth situation there for Cooper as it left the bat. Luckily, he didn't go to hand though. Someone I didn't see in the CCC lineup. There's Cephas Cooper. Looks ready and raring to go in the 2025 season. But yeah, one person I didn't see in that CCC lineup this time around, Jedediah Blades, a left arm seamer who would have played last season. Looks really promising as a left arm bowler. And Not seeing him in the CCC setup this time around, though.
And of course, involved with the West Indies Academy. Flicked away down the leg side. There's a fielder, a deep fine leg just coming around. As you mentioned, some of the players who would have featured for CCC as well as for the different nationalities and the West Indies Academy interchanging, of course, in this 2025 season.
Yeah, Zishan Mutara as well has been given the chance with the academy team. He was with the CCC team last year. A leg spinner coming out of Barbados.
And again with that leg stump line, at least 3 deliveries in this over, Bailey. Just focusing on that middle and leg region, and encouraging batters to just use their wrists. Probably testing to see if they might just flick one uppishly, if they might miscue one of those deliveries. Fielder at square leg, short mid wicket, and fine leg. And repeats. So it seems to be one of the tactics that he's using, Bailey, as 21 overs are gone, 53 without loss. And we note that in this Cricket West Indies Championship 2025 edition, the coveted Headley Weeks Trophy stands as a testament to Caribbean cricket excellence, and of course an impressive prize purse where the champions will claim US $250,000, while the runners-up will secure 100,000 US dollars, adding extra motivation to an already fierce competition.
And I'm sure everyone looking forward to this tournament, Keshav. See some of the talents that could emerge onto the international circuit from this. New last season as well, Shamar Brooks and Jonathan Carter were the 2 senior players involved with the CCC. I'm seeing Kyle Corbin this time around. Would have played for Barbados under 15, under 16 and under 19. And he has 58 first-class matches to his name as well. So that's some experience for you there, Keshav.
Yeah, well, they always need at least a couple of those experienced players in the lineup. Of course, tend to focus on giving some of the younger players opportunities as well, so balance is key. And as you see, most of the deliveries again from Mansing being fended into the offside. I would like to see a bat pad just placed there to put something different into the mind of the pair at the crease. Use of the feet from Cooper, but nothing getting it past Mansing.
Looked as though he saw Cooper coming and he fired that one in a bit quicker. So it sort of rushed Cephas Cooper. He yoked himself as well in the end.
I think just looking at it, most of the deliveries in this over, in fact, have been quicker than the previous.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly that last over, he was very slow. He was giving the ball air. You can see him bowling a bit flatter in this over.
More flight on that occasion and in line with the stumps. 22 overs gone, 53 without loss. And the Red Force just continuing steadily along.
Nora Mario Graves in the team, in the 11 of this time around for the CCC, and it's had a wealth of success for them, the off spinner.
And as we see the time approaching close to that lunch or tea interval will be the lunch in this stage. You see a bowling change where OJ Shields has a switch of ends, and potentially this might be the last over before that break, so Captain Jeremiah is possibly deciding to add a new element. Shields so started with some raw pace and a menacing first delivery. That bumper certainly a wake-up call to any batsman.
Yeah, well, if Cooper didn't smell the pink leather just yet, he certainly would have known the smell of it after that one, Keshav. But yeah, OJ Shields a very good performer, quick bowler. Hits the bat hard.
Yeah, he hits the pitch hard. He has some strong shoulders, the Shields, and a nice smooth run-up.
Well, the first time I saw OJ Shields play cricket, first time I saw him, was in the regional tutor tournament in 2023. That was played at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. He came with the Jamaica teachers team. And after that, I saw OJ Shields on the Jamaica Scorpions 4-day team. I was wow.
Pulled away this time from Vikash Mohan, and that will run away to the boundary again for 4. So 2 short from Shields on this occasion, and the extra pace getting that ball to reach the Mohan with the right speed that he desired, and just a nice swivel off the hips, and you'd love to see that ball just running all along the ground. Just shows you that he rolled his wrist at the right time, got the bat face to come down, and didn't give any opportunity in the air for that fielder at that backward square position.
Perfectly executed pull shot from Mohan. Too short though from Shields.
And now a quick single taken. Shy at the stumps from the skipper, but not close enough, and just shows you the comfort of this pair. Of course, they would have batted over some time together in the nets, in the trials, in the preparations. You know that even preparing for this tournament, teams like to have that internal practice setup where they put the players at the crease who they anticipate will be batting in the games, and just helps to build with that understanding, that communication and network between the crease. Both batsmen just seem to understand each other quite well, batting sensibly as a pair. Cooper, I think he wanted a single there. Did play it to the left of Mansing with the right pace off the ball, but uninterested in that occasion.
It's interesting that you mentioned the coming together of teams, because Ruskin and I were speaking about earlier, you know, teams like CCC and Leeward Islands and Windward Islands, you know, they only come together for a short period of time before these tournaments.
Yeah, and what's interesting to notice as well with this CCC lineup, at least for this encounter, is that none of their players come from the Windward or Leeward Islands. Most of the designations of the players would be ranging from Jamaica to Barbados, the lone player from Grenada, the skipper, Jeremiah, and lone player from Trinidad, Mahabir Singh, and then Jamaica and Barbados dominate the rest. No player from Guyana either. Cut away nicely from Cephas Cooper, just getting on top of the delivery, and another 4 added to the total. Magnificent shot there from Cooper, rising, and he was up to the task. Again, one of his favoured shots. Visham know how proficient he is through the offside, as 23 overs are completed, 62 without loss.
Yeah, we've seen it all from both Mohan and Cooper this morning. We've seen them just weathering that storm, as I said, of Jordan and Shields earlier. Now they have ramped things up a bit, so to speak, looking to get the out boundary when those bad deliveries are presented. And I said we've seen it all, because we've seen the pulls from Mohan, the drives, the cuts. We've seen it all. So it's good to see Cooper spending time at the crease, Mohan spending time at the crease, looking to set that solid foundation.
And driven nicely through the gap. Won't get all the way to the boundary as there is protection. The wide long off fielder just coming around, but a comfortable two. Too full on that occasion from Mansingh, and Mohan nicely through the covers.
Yeah, just making room for himself there, Mohan, using the crease a bit and getting inside the line of the delivery, allowing him to access that gap on the offside. Would have liked a bit more solid contact.
And flatter, quicker, trying to go for that Yorker, Mansingh. I think he still shouldn't be afraid to flight the ball, give it air. Risk for reward, as Ruskin said. And that's better. It's no matter if they hit you for a couple boundaries, because when they start to play those attacking shots, this is where the battle of the mind games come in.
Yep.
Use your strategy, use your tactics to try and outsmart the batsman, and likewise the batsman to the bowler.
Didn't see too much spin just yet from either Mansingh or Mahabir Singh.
I think just looking at the surface, you're not going to see a whole amount of turn. Mansingh just getting a couple to grip off the surface previously. And again, lack of turn, that ball just standing up in the pitch. Didn't get all of it. And in fact, just a single this time. Some good work out that deep mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, the fielder that was at deep backward square leg in the last couple of overs of Mansingh, he has actually been moved to that deep mid-wicket position to allow for that odd short delivery that is pulled into that region.
It's short and cut away. And this time, it's going to be a chase for the fielder from deep cover, and he loses that foot race into the boundary ropes for 4, and too wide, too short from Mansingh. You saw that he had to stretch for that one as well, did Cooper, and almost off balance, but again played expertly through the point region all along the carpet for 4. 24 overs completed, 69 without loss.
On how just want to thank Keshav Bahadur Singh for his services this afternoon already in the commentary position, and you're gonna make way now for Mr. Ruskin Mark. Good afternoon, Ruskin.
Thank you very much. And of course, this has been a brilliant start by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force opening pair. They haven't gone about it in a reckless manner. They've been very responsible in their approach. Which is a good sign, because this is what you want to see from your batsmen.
Yeah, certainly this is what you want to see. You want to see them, as Keshav and I was speaking about, you want to see opening batsmen, setting that foundation for the players to come. And we know the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team has a long batting lineup, but you want to see these openers batting balls and setting that platform, and that they are attempting to do, and they're doing it quite well.
Yeah, they're doing a pretty good job of it as well. 69 so far. Well bowled, but very well played also. And what we have now is the sun is coming back with us. Now, we were originally looking at the prospects of a shortened first session, but I think they've extended everything by the half an hour. That we, because of the rain at the start, that pushed back the start by a half hour. So everything has been pushed back. So our break will be at 3:30 as opposed to 3 o'clock as we had originally anticipated. And then, of course, later on will be like at 6:30. This is going to be tight. He's going to have to hurry, and he does, but that's good anticipation there again. And Jeremiah was not far off on that occasion, but again, the speed of these two between the wickets.
Yeah, that has been one of the characteristics of this partnership thus far that is very commendable. The running between the wickets, that has been good as well, supporting each other in that aspect.
Yeah, it's been a feature, and you know, it's good to see also. That's not a bad delivery. Actually, he was trying to force that, but probably so close to him that it kind of choked him a little bit for power. Although he did play it well in the end, but he was certainly a little bit cramped when he was trying to play it. They say play it off your chest. He played it off his chest.
Yeah, he did well in the end to just stroke it out to the fielder. He was looking to play it a bit more to the left of that fielder to access the cap. Couldn't do so.
This is what he wanted to do previously. Now he gets the gap, and he's going to get 2, possibly 3 if they hurry, and they decide against it. And it's a good decision too. Cooper wasn't interested in a third run, and decided to send his partner back. So Mohan had to slam on the brakes.
He had to go back there, Mohan. And I could only imagine, how the players are feeling out there, or Skinner out there earlier. It's quite hot out there.
Yeah, it is. It's humid. Some would say the rain only served to raise the heat a little bit more. But this is good batting again. Good, solid batting from these two. 25 overs completed. 72 now without loss.
I think Trinidad and Tobago Red Force coach and management staff in the form of Sir David Furlong and Riyad Emrit and Lendell Simmons, they'd really be pleased with what they've seen from these two this afternoon. It's almost a perfect start just yet for them.
Yeah, we've seen on other occasions when they might get a brisk start and then they lose wickets along the way. These two have kind of, if you remember, Cooper had 36 deliveries for like 4 runs or something like that. He was very deliberate, very slow in starting, and now he's playing catch up a little bit now with Mohan. Mohan was the one who kind of took the lead, and it looked like he was just going to run away with the scoring, but Cooper's slowly and steadily caught up or catching up with him. There's 39 to 31. Almost the same amount of deliveries though. That's another well played shot from Mohan. That's a difficult shot to play, that on drive. Many batsmen will tell you that's probably the most difficult shot to play. Some would tell you the reverse sweep is the most difficult shot to play now, but we see that more and more now.
Yep.
I was looking at some highlights of one of those games from the Middle East. This is a gift, and Cooper says thank you very much. They didn't go all the way, just bounced once in front of the ropes, and he just came onto that front foot, got to it, and just swung it.
Yeah, well pitched up, and you were just speaking about how difficult the on drive is to play, and this time Cooper went up and over mid wicket and to leg spinner that as well, being a right hander, That's against the spin of the delivery, Ruskin. Always difficult.
Yeah, very difficult to play, but he got his body into position. He kept his head very still, which are two main ingredients to when you try to play a shot like that. When you try to play the on-drive, that's the main thing. You really have to keep your head still and keep your eyes on the ball and just drive through the line of the ball.
Yep.
And he did that well. Or, as you said, he didn't bother to try to keep it on the ground. He deliberately got under it. Okay, he's edging, goal spot, slip. And it's down to the third man boundary. That's vacant. That's 4 more to Cooper.
Yeah, I'd like to see that again, how close that was to the slip fielder. And then
Well, Jordan is there standing at slip.
he didn't move a muscle, though.
I don't think he had a chance.
That flew off the outside edge in a flash. You normally see when you're going go hard, and Cooper certainly went hard at that.
Yeah, you could see him. He was probably trying to get it just to the left of the man at backward point. But he got a thick outside edge. And it flew past slip. As you said, Jordan never really moved. In fact, the wicketkeeper chased the ball down to the boundary. That's how much Jordan didn't move. He's almost as if he's anchored there at slip. Of course, he did have a pretty good bowling spell, so he's probably just resting there right now.
On another day, that would have gone straight to hand. Cooper can consider himself lucky.
Yeah, but yeah, you really have to tip your hat to these two, though. They batted very well. They've complemented each other. And they've kind of negated the risk element in their batting. And now they're almost neck and neck, 40 to 39. It's 81 without loss now after 26.
Yeah, not much too many false strokes from Mohan and Cooper at the start of the innings. There was a couple that Cooper got some trouble with, or got into some trouble with, I should say, against O.J. Shields. And inside edge that went down to fine leg, and he was playing at a wide delivery that he should not have played to. But you know, as his innings progressed, and as Vikash Mohan's innings progressed as well, you could have seen they are more comfortable now at the crease and in maneuvering whatever has been served up.
Well, CCC, obviously, they recognize that they have a bit of a problem here. They won the toss and asked the opponents to bat first, and they haven't been able to break this partnership. So this obviously is going to be something that is probably weighing on their minds right now. And when you start thinking about that, you stop concentrating on what you're supposed to be doing, and that's why sometimes catches go down or you misfield because your thoughts are not where they're supposed to be, or not as clear as they are. The two batsmen, though, I must say, their thought processes seems to be very, very clear, and they're not worried about anything other than the ball that is being presented to them. So again, we were just showing the new times at 3:30 and 5:30. But if we go at 3:30, then they'll take the break, the lunch break. I would imagine will be 40 minutes. I'll take you up to 4:10.
4:10, yeah.
And then you would probably take the break at 6:10.
Yeah,
because you'll have to push that half an hour, that extra half an hour
to that session,
push you up to 6:10.
Yeah.
Unless they were going to take the middle session as the lost time session, because that will then just be an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And then you'll go the full 2 hours after that. This is a good delivery again, but look at how relaxed and sort of competent. We're looking at Cooper right in behind it.
Yeah, and O.J. Shields, you can see how fast that ball is coming through going through to the batsman as well. And Cooper seems as though he has all the time in the world to get the bat behind the ball.
Yeah, his movement is not exaggerated too much, but it's very deliberate. And he's going after a short ball. He played too early, or it kept a little bit lower than he anticipated, but he was trying to pull that one down through square leg, maybe even forward of square. Missed it.
On that end of the surface, though, from what I have noticed this afternoon, we've seen some deliveries, not many though, Ruskin, but just a few, keeping a bit low as it pitches. But on the northern end, though, that's not happening. It's carrying through nicely.
Shields has bowled well. Shields has generated a good amount of pace. This is a good delivery. We were just talking about how well he's been bowling, and he produces a real snorter there. Almost broke through. Cooper was down on all fours there, but he's back on his feet again, like a true warrior.
Yeah, that was a brute of a Yorker there from O.J. Shields. And Cooper did well to get that bat down in time, though. He himself went down as well.
Again, he's bang on target, and this is a very, very good over. Indeed, there from Shields. So the end of the over, but no success so far. Trinidad and Tobago put in by CCC 82 without loss.
I think, the bowling card of CCC wouldn't tell you how well they've bowled the likes of Shields and Jordan. I'd like to see Jordan come back for an over or two, though. Seems as though he's coming into the attack now.
Yeah, they have to do something. They desperately need a wicket here, and he, together with Shields, gives them probably the best chance of doing so. And Jeremiah has decided, look, let's see if we can break this partnership. We've been messing around too long here. These two have really settled nicely. They've batted well, and they've really kept their bowlers at bay. 41 to Mohan, 39 to Cooper, 82 without loss. And I think we've just been updated that they'll take the lunch break at 3:30, and the tea break or the dinner break will be at 5:50.
Yeah, so the tea break is at 3:30,
Mm-hmm.
and dinner at 5:30.
So again, the sun is kind of going in because there might be a little drizzle about. You see some clouds rolling in overhead, as is Jordan. But Mohan again is there very early indeed and waiting.
Well, with the clouds rolling in, it also allows for the groundsmen to roll in as well.
And the players are coming off. Yeah, the umpires are not wasting any time at all and encouraging them to come on quickly and not allow the rain, although it's not a heavy rain, but it is drizzling, not allow too much water to get on the actual playing surface or even the square, because there are other pitches there unprotected, and if they get wet, then it could cause a delay by the time you're ready to resume play, because it will be so soggy, so close to the actual wicket. So that's why it's important to cover the entire square as we see the big tarpaulin being rolled on. And you have to commend the ground staff here. They've been doing this now for a while, so they know pretty much what they're about, and they'll try to cover it up as quickly as they possibly can. And this is the first layer that they will put on there.
The sun is still outdoor skin, thankfully, but
the rain is blowing across the field. Yeah. And if you look in to the east, you could see that there are some heavy clouds developing there. In fact, this could be a lengthy delay, probably the longest we've had, because the clouds are so thick and dark that if that shower bursts.
Yeah.
Well, it could be a lengthy delay, but hopefully they'll take the luncheon break now, and if the rain falls between that, hopefully, that will allow the ground staff time to probably get back out there and do their due diligence. Well, right now they're trying to cover up their wicket as best as they possibly can. It's 82 without loss.
Yeah, you can see the groundsman as well. On the western end of the ground now, they're going to apply some more tarpaulin to the outfield just to cover up the entire square. Very important. It's getting a bit heavier now, Ruskin.
Yep, it is expected to be, because it's so heavy. The clouds are so thick. So I think they'll take the break now. And so just to tell you that with the rains coming down here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the CCC put Trinidad and Tobago into bat, but they haven't been able to prize out a wicket just yet. The pair of Mohan and Cooper have added 82 without being separated. So it meant they batted through the entire first session, which is a great achievement in itself. Mohan is on 41, Cooper is on 39 as they take the break right now. So we'll take a break here as well. 82 without loss, and as soon as play is possible, we'll come back with more.
As we embark on the 2025 edition of the West Indies Championship, I want to extend my best wishes to all the teams, players and support staff as they prepare for what promises to be an exciting and competitive season. This year holds special significance as we celebrate 60 years since the West Indies Championship was first held, then known as the Shell Shield. Over the past 6 decades, the tournament has been the bedrock of cricket development in our region, producing legends who have graced the international stage and inspired countless fans. It continues to serve as a crucial platform in our pathway for the growth of first-class cricketers and for building resilience and refining skills for the international arena. The 2025 championship introduces several innovative elements aimed at enriching the experience for players and fans alike. From the use of Kookaburra balls and the inclusion of pink ball day-night fixtures to the reintroduction of first innings points in drawn matches, we are committed to broadening the challenges faced by our players. These measures are designed to simulate the diverse conditions they will encounter on the international stage, building their adaptability and mental toughness, considering the ultimate quest to improve the standard of our Test cricket. The teams will once again battle for the prestigious Head the Week's trophy with the added incentive of an attractive prize purse of US $250,000 for the champions and US $100,000 for the runners-up. The 2025 West Indies Championship also precedes an 8-team series at home against South Africa and the start of a new World Test Championship cycle with a home series against Australia. We are thrilled about the continued participation of the West Indies. As we embark on the 2025 edition of the West Indies Championship, I want As we embark on the 2025 edition of the West Indies Championship, I want to extend my best wishes to all the teams, players and support staff as they prepare for what promises to be an exciting and competitive season. This year holds special significance as we celebrate 60 years since the West Indies Championship was first held, then known as the Shell Shield. Over the past 6 decades, the tournament has been the bedrock of cricket development in our region, producing legends who have graced the international stage and inspired countless fans. It continues to serve as a crucial platform in our pathway for the growth of first-class cricketers and for building resilience and refining skills for the international arena. The 2025 championship introduces several innovative elements aimed at enriching the experience for players and fans alike. From the use of Kookaburra balls and the inclusion of pink ball day-night fixtures to the reintroduction of first innings points in drawn matches, we are committed to broadening the challenges faced by our players. These measures are designed to simulate the diverse conditions they will encounter on the international stage, building their adaptability and mental toughness, considering the ultimate quest to improve the standard of our Test cricket. The teams will once again battle for the prestigious Headley Weeks trophy with the added incentive of an attractive prize purse of US $250,000 for the champions and US $100,000 for the runners-up. The 2025 West Indies Championship also precedes an 8-team series at home against South Africa and the start of a new World Test Championship cycle with a home series against Australia. We are thrilled about the continued participation of the West Indies Academy and the combined campuses and colleges, which reinforces our commitment to expanding opportunities for the emerging talent and the student athletes respectively. This tournament is a celebration of the passion, talent and legacy of West Indies cricket. As the championship takes place across 7 host countries, I encourage fans to come out and support their teams or tune into the live streaming on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Your energy and encouragement means everything to the players and contribute to the vibrant spirit of West Indies cricket. So, may this season be filled with thrilling performances, new milestones, and the discovery of future stars. The West Indies Championship, where legends are made.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Dirty. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. It's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the 2 boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were 3 boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. the atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holdings, Melbourne, or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid, though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Well, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Arthurton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a Test 50 here, it was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-strikers end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a Test for 2 years. So, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shiv, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse,
You hadn't scored a Test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first Test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second Test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first Test match, and for me it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100, and you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a Test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first Test match 100. And it couldn't be more well deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts, and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left, and we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 of us to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, if we're here in 8 overs time, would have really taken this game away, and we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 15 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot, beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards Lavon, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and then that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He's whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week. He had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honour for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was just it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play a sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would still be one of the highlights of my career, with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2 twos we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
2024, the year of Amir Jangoo. 500 runs in the first-class season, most runs at this year's Super 50. Now he finds himself sitting here in St. Kitts ahead of the One Day International Series. Amir, this must be special. What makes it special to wear that emblem?
It's everything I've dreamed of. Obviously, growing up, the only reason I started playing cricket was watching West Indies cricket. So a dream come true, and I just can't wait to get going.
Take me back to your past, growing up in Trinidad. Who did you idolize? You're obviously left-handed. There's a very great left-handed to come from Trinidad and the West Indies. Who are some of the key figures in inspiring Amir Jangoo?
Obviously, definitely the great Brian Lara. I remember I have some pictures at home growing up, just going to watch Brian Lara batting in nets at the Oval. I always used to go watch him on matches that he played. And obviously, as my career went on growing up, I absolutely idolized Kumar Sangakkara and Quinton de Kock, 2 special players that I have kind of replicate my game too, being a wicketkeeper batsman. But yeah, definitely at the top is Brian Lara.
And there it is. Yet another 100 for Brian Lara.
Let's go back a bit. St. Kitts was actually a special place for you. Tell us why it's a special place.
Obviously, I started my career, my first class career playing for CCC, then Trinidad and Tobago, and then actually got contracted to Leeward Islands for a couple of years. So St. Kitts was my home for 2 years, for 2 seasons, and I think that's when my game drastically changed. I think I understood work ethic better. Working with Stuart Williams as our head coach, he really made me understand batsmanship and explaining batting to me more and understanding my game as well.
And when I look back at your career, right, 9 years ago you played your first professional game. You've been in a West Indies under 19 setup with guys that in this team, Casey Carty, Al Zari. What do you remember about those days?
Just having a lot of fun with them, to be honest. Obviously it was a special group of players. Those guys went on to win the World Cup. But yeah, funny enough, obviously playing for Leeward Islands, me and Casey, we have such a close relationship along with Al Zari as well. So being in this setup with these guys from under 19 level and meeting them here now, it's truly special.
Did the disappointment of not being in that final squad for that 2016 World Cup help drive you when you reflect?
Definitely. Obviously there's always disappointments along the path of being a professional sportsman. But obviously missing out on that World Cup, yeah, it did hurt a lot. But having said that, going to university and meeting up with Frederick, who's even a coach here now, it's really special because he's the one who saw me and got me into the CCC setup, and that carried on my district career and actually took my cricket to another level as well.
And let's talk now about this year, 2024, because life's changed for you. First of all, start of the year, as we said, maiden first class 100. Not only was it 100, a double 100.
There it is. That's his double 100. Amir Jangoo pulling this one in front of square, past that man at mid-wicket, celebrates out there in the middle, takes his helmet off. Proud moment for the young man from Fatima College.
And then, of course, maiden list stay 100 in this year's Super 50. What changed?
To be honest, there was just a big hunger for me. That really clicked in my mind. I was reaching a stage in my career now, 27 years old. I want to take my career to another level. And obviously, I didn't want to just be a first-class player, just a regional player. I want to be an international player. I want to represent West Indies. And the only way I could have done that was putting numbers on the board. I think before that first double century that I scored, I had like 490s in first-class cricket. And that was the change right there. I know I had to get that 100 mark, and luckily I did. And it went on to Super 50 as well. I know that once I have 2 good back-to-back tournaments, it'll put me in good stead to play for West Indies. So lucky enough I did that, and it's just about hard work, preparation.
I saw some pictures and remember watching live when you got that maiden list stay 100. Tell us about the emotion you felt.
Really special, man. Obviously, I think a couple of games before I scored 96 against Leewards. Pretty disappointed with that. But obviously, everything in sports and in cricket is learning. And obviously, from scoring that 96, I knew when I reached in that position again that I would have made it count. So obviously, against Guyana, top bowling lineup as well. It wasn't the easiest of starts for me in that inning as well. Had some tough periods, but I fought through it. And lucky enough, I did get that century. But having that monkey off the back is a special feeling.
Let's talk about that crest. Now you're in the West Indies shirt. When you got the call, where were you?
I was actually not about to shower. I saw a strange number calling me, to be honest. And when I answered the call, then I saw the display picture. And I saw it was Darren Sammy. And then he told me that I was selected. And he saw me batting at the list level. And he was really impressed. And I think that after that, I just ran straight to my parents' room. And I told them the news. And it was such a special moment for us. And something I'll remember for the rest of my life, because this is just a dream come true for me.
I was just going to ask you, who was the first person you told when you got the news? What role has your parents played in your life?
They supported me throughout everything, and I owe everything to them, to be honest, my parents, because they're the ones who saw me through all the hard times and keep supporting me throughout.
Now, completely away from the cricket field, this man has another side to him. That is the social media side. He's one of the very few cricketers I know who have taken social media seriously.
Hey guys, so this is the day in the life of a professional cricketer during the month of Ramadan.
Before I even get into any detail, why? Why do you think social media is important?
To be honest with you, I think that it's branding, you know. Obviously, when you go out in public and being a public figure, playing cricket as a professional sport, people know you. So I think as though I use my social media to just actually show the public how I really am. And yeah, that's really it. I really enjoy it. I enjoy TikTok. I enjoy using Instagram as well. So yeah, it's all about just knowing, letting the public know how I really am as a person.
Roti.
Up
One.
top.
How roti can be one?
What do you mean?
What you mad or?
Pulori.
7 or 6?
7.
7. Alright, there's one number 16. Wait, it's on your head. No more.
Chinese.
Is that sort of a good release to have fun off the cricket field and also help the bonding of the team?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think that's my role as well, not only just being a wicketkeeper batsman on the team, but always bringing that positivity, bringing that vibe to the team. And I think adding that to my teammates, and they really enjoy it as well. They open up, they're always open to it.
Which video stands out? Which one do you absolutely love? You always watch back a few times.
I think with the Red Force team, I did the lock screen. I wanted everyone to see how the wallpaper of the guys are on the phone. So I think that's the favorite one.
I saw that actually. That was fantastic.
Harry, what's your lock screen there?
Why feed up?
Jayden, what's your lock screen? Oh wow.
What do you want to learn the most being around an international setup for the first time?
I want to learn the most how to be consistent, to be honest, at this level. Obviously, to have a really good example in Sheikh Hope here, probably the best ODI cricket in the region, if not internationally as well. So I think having him around, I absolutely absorb all the information that I can get from him, batting-wise, keeping-wise as well. It's a brilliant role model to have in the team as well for me. So yeah, just to learn how to be a consistent player at this level.
Saw you batting, I think with KC as well, in the net on the first day of the tour. What was the intensity like?
It was crazy, to be honest. Looking up Jaden Seals as Harry Joseph running down at you at full speed. I'm always up for the challenge. I really enjoy it. But yeah, that was a crazy experience, but I really, really enjoy it. And obviously at this level, that's the norm now. So just about getting accustomed to it and enjoying every moment.
I heard they had a few words to say as well. Jaden, I know you're very close to. So how does that friendship evolve in the net and then almost go back to being friends outside of it?
Yeah, it's crazy, man, because me and Jaden, we're really close off the field. But as soon as we step on the field with each other, we're always at it. It's always a battle. It's really good though because we test each other at a high intensity, and that's what you want in training, obviously. So it's really good.
Who wins more of the battles, you or him?
I'll say me, for sure.
When you look back on your career, maybe 10, 15 years, how would you like it to be remembered?
I'd like to be one of the best batsmen to come out of the region, to be honest. Obviously, it's a dream come true being at this level, but at the same time, I just want to keep taking my legacy more and more. This is just the beginning for me.
Why do you believe you can do it?
Because I feel as though I have that self-belief now. I think looking back, as you said, 10 years ago, the self-belief probably wasn't there as well. But as I said, like, something just clicked to me and I just have that hunger now to go to the highest level, which I am now, but it's about dominating as well. So I firmly believe that I can do that. All about preparation, all about putting in the hard work, and as well as being a humble person as well.
The journey began in Trinidad, it stopped here in St. Kitts, went back to Trinidad and looked at life. Full circle, we're right back here at Warner Park. Amir, all the best. We're excited to see what you can produce and enjoy it.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, bright and sunny Brian Lara Cricket Academy, we might add, when you consider that when we left you a little while ago, just about an hour ago, it was raining here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The players did take their tea break, not their dinner break. That will come at 5:30 this evening. So we're probably just going to go for about an hour, and then they'll have their dinner break, and then we'll have like an extended final session from probably around 10 after 6 thereabouts. So, but we did lose 4 overs inside of there, and if we don't get the remainder of overs in, then they'll extend play a little bit later on tonight as well. And the possibility exists also, Keshav, that we will probably have an early start tomorrow as well, depending on how things transpire the rest of the way here.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ruskin, and we're looking forward to the resumption of play. I think tomorrow they might start half an hour earlier. I think it's already been agreed.
To make up 82 without loss. And immediately you could see Jordan starting. He did bowl just a 1 over, I think, just prior to the break, and he looked a little bit stiff, but we'll see if he can shake it off here, because this is going to be a very important spell for him and for the CCC, because they really need to break this partnership. When you win the toss and you insert your opponents, you're thinking wickets. And that hasn't happened.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, just feeling a bit stiff. We saw both batsmen just doing some stretches before that delivery was bowled. Of course, come back after resumption, especially when rain factors are involved. You never know how much time you have before you get back to the crease.
Go off again.
Correct.
So Mohan has moved on by 1. He's up to 41 now from 78. Cephas Cooper is on 39. He will take strike now, 39 from 86. And but this has been a wonderful partnership. I'm sure David Furlong and company must be over the moon about this.
I think it's exactly what they would have been looking for, especially given the option to bat first. Starting off with a very solid opening partnership, and it will augur well, not just for this game, but also going forward for the season. Of course, once you got that confidence in this opener, it will only continue to do well for you. Both Cooper and Mohan coming into this game in a good run of form and continuing in that good stride.
But that's a key. If you have form in, let's say, domestic cricket, and you step up to regional, you want to take that form into you. And that's why I've always said you pick players when they're in form. You know, you don't allow somebody to play, let's say you play this regional cricket, or you play domestic cricket rather, and then you don't get selected. And when the regional tournament rolls around, you're not included there at the time when you have form coming into the regional tournament, or when the regional tournament is on. But they may look to pick you, 6 months down the road when your form probably isn't where it was, in January. So it's so that's why I'm saying, because these guys have been in good form, in a rich vein of form, it's good that they play now, that they actually are playing at this level when they have form. 83 without loss, the over comes to an end.
Yeah, right on cue there. As soon as players get that momentum and that positive energy, that confidence with bat in hand or ball in hand, have to carry that on and carry that forward going from game to game. As you say that, I recall a very unfortunate situation with Jeremy Solozano when he got selected with that West Indies squad.
Injured.
Correct.
Yeah.
And it was just so sad, because he was in one of the best run of forms that he had. And, we're really looking forward to seeing him get that opportunity. And an unfortunate incident with him being injured and unable to get that. And thereafter, it was difficult for him to regain his place in that West Indies setup. So,
and even in the Trinidad setup as well,
featuring for Windward Islands
Mhm.
in the regional 4-day.
And so now we see Shields is back out. Does have on a long sleeve. He did bowl a brute of an over just before the break, where he literally floored Cephas Cooper with a Yorker. And then he reproduced another one a short while after. Almost took him out then as well. So I suppose you could say there are many ways to skin a cat. You don't always have to punch somebody to knock them down.
Which is Shields, you can see that he generates a lot of pace, and because of that nice smooth run up and action he has, just gets the ball to skid onto the batsman as well.
He must be somebody that I'm sure the West Indian selectors will be looking closely at as to his development, But again, it cannot be development by VAPs, if you know what I mean. It has to be a deliberate thing to help him with that development. Well played again. And we said that on drive is such a difficult shot to play, but he played it well. He didn't try to hit it. He just kind of got around it and stroked it, presented the full face of the bat.
Nice looking stroke there from Mohan. Again, very technically competent player. That on drive, never easy for any batsman. Sometimes you can even get yourself in a spot of bother, just trying to get your foot open on that angle.
And most batsmen tend to flick as opposed to drive. There he is flicking at this time, but he will get a run. They might want, they thought for a moment of a second. Leg by is a signal, but it wasn't there. So one by one, they're just pushing on. 84 now. And as I said, this has to be, I would imagine in their discussions during the interval, they need to take a wicket. Or if you can't get a wicket, then you have to slow down the scoring rate as much as possible. Not that these two were blazing away anyhow, but I think the wicket is probably the most important thing at the moment, because they just can't seem to go past the bat right now.
What we noticed before we had that rain interruption in the first period of play, the premier 5 bowlers for the CCC were used. Jordan, Shields, Mahabir Singh, Bailey and Mansingh. And despite a couple instances where the batters would have missed the deliveries, not too many situations in which they troubled Mohan and Cooper at the crease.
They're going to have to hurry here, but again, it's well judged. Because he didn't hit it hard, it meant that the fielder had to come in just to get a chance at the ball. And by the time Bailey circled the ball, moving to his left, the run was completed. 86 without loss now after 29.
And as you mentioned, that development aspect, Ruskin, for players of the likes of Shields and other fast bowlers around the region, what do you think is a good, sensible format for these players to go into in terms of a high-performance camp or a specific training to hone their skills?
Well, I think it has to be a combination of things. One, they need to be playing cricket. Whatever they do, they have to be playing cricket. That's the first thing. And, but one of the areas of development too is not just playing cricket, but it's the type of cricket they play, the level at which they play. And that's hence the reason why England became the finishing school for so many of our great fast bowlers, because the standard was pretty high, and they were every day they were competing, against or with some of the best players, the best batsmen in the world. So they had to develop skills, and develop. And by doing that every day, because the conditions change so much in England. Today you play on a nice, hard, dry surface. Tomorrow you're on a sticky dog, so you have to adjust your lengths and how you do that. The next day you get out a feather bed wicket. You can't even get it to jump up stump height. So you have to adapt quickly. So you learn how to bowl, and so when you come international cricket, from the time you run up and you bowl or you see somebody bowl once or twice and you see what the ball is doing, already in the back of your mind, you know the adjustments that you have to make and how you're going to approach the bowling when you get the ball. Because you've done it before, you've seen it, you've gone through it, you know what it's like to do that. So my recommendation is that part of their development has to be playing that type of cricket where you get to see various, you face different obstacles, you face different batsmen in different conditions and you learn on the job kind of thing. In addition to that, like you said, you could do the development camps, you could do the specialized coaching camps with them as well. That's a pull shot that's in the air, but it's safe. It's going to land a long way in front of Shields, and the batsman will get a single, but he wasn't in control of that one there, Mohan.
I think his heart would have been in his mouth for a second there, Vikash Mohan. The first shot that you would say he miscued in the innings, and of course with the fielder deep out on the boundary, presented not close to an opportunity, but certainly the CCC would have a smile on their faces seeing that ball go aerially.
But maybe that might be a plan of attack. Maybe bowl the short ball a little bit more, see how the batsmen, how they adapt it. Now he was pulling out the ball. The good thing about that delivery, the line was good and the height was good because he was kind of reaching for it. That's why he couldn't get on top of it to keep it down. And maybe because he had to kind of extend his arm, he didn't get the full contact, else he would have probably hit it straight down fine legs through it. And but that's the height you want to bowl your bouncer, head height, to make it uncomfortable for the batsman.
And as we see the two fielders outside of the circle only on the leg side, the deep mid wicket and the deep backward square, so could very well be in line with that tactic as you mentioned, to just bowl short of a length on occasions and probably try to bang in that ball with extra pace. I'd like to see that tactic from OJ Shields, the quicker of the fast bowlers, and let him generate that pace and try to unsettle the batsman.
And his line is good, so you don't have to change the line. It's the length that he...
Exactly.
And he does bowl a sort of there's another short ball again, pulled away, but they might get a single this time because the early throw, it was a good bit of fielding, and the return at the non-striker's end missed, and they were able to eventually scamper through for a quick single. That ends the over, and at the end of 30, it's 88 now without loss.
Yeah, and as we were looking at the bowling figures thus far, you can see that despite the pressure put on from the likes of Jordan and Shields, they still have not resulted in any real threats or opportunities for the CCC team, because they are bowling well, but at the same time the batsmen are not having any devils to deal with, no real deviations. That first delivery we saw from OJ Shields, that delivery that floored Cooper, I'm sure you would have liked to see more of that, and especially maybe even put a bat pad in place or a short leg or something.
We just saw two in this over from Jordan, and both times the batsman hooked, but both times they didn't really get the desired result from the hook shot. So maybe, like I said, that's something you would probably have registered in the back of your mind. Maybe we could change our lengths a little bit here now and see how this goes. Well played again, and a nice sweet flowing on drive, but can't get it through. Jeremiah's in the way, the captain. He was the one who did the fielding at the other end and had the shy at the stumps but missed, and that allowed Cooper to get the single from the pull shot that he kind of got on top of, but he hit it into the ground. But yeah, you look at Shields has all the tangibles. He's strong, he's well built. He's not tall by standards of some of the other great fast bowlers, but he's a good height. They're going to go back for the second. There was a little bit of a bubble, and immediately they take advantage of it. So you cannot afford to do that in the field. He was coming in charging, but he got there and then he bobbled the ball. And that was Cooper who ran the first one quickly. That was the key. was in position to take advantage. So 19 now without loss.
Excellent running between the wickets and awareness, and just goes to show you that this is the intensity we want to see at this highest level in the regional format, carrying that forward to international as well.
Again, pitching up, and you know, this is a good length for Shields, but as I said, because they've not had much success bowling that length, you now have to say, okay, let's try something a little bit different here, and let's go with a couple of the short balls. He already has, the man at deep backward square, he has a fine leg, he has a mid wicket, right? But he has a point on the boundary. My thing is, bring that point in on the boundary, because you're not bowling anything, you're not giving him anything to drive or cut. If anything, you're bowling, you want him to hook. And you know, he tried, but again, look at where he placed it. That has to be in line with the body. If you're going to bowl the short ball, two things wrong there. It was wide, and it didn't get up enough. Look at how it is. It's a nice, comfortable height for the batsman to just slash and placed it down behind point for 4 good-looking runs. So you could see, I'm sure he's thinking about it, but the execution was wrong.
And that's one of Cooper's strengths as well, playing through that offside region. And as you said, that height and as well as the line, it was so comfortable to him. He didn't have to move. He just got up on his toes and natural free flow off the bat and executed it to perfection. You see that fielder just shift to his left on the deep point boundary position. I think he should have been there in the first place ideally, because he was very square, and more than likely if he's playing that shot, he's going to play it into that open gap. So interesting to see if he goes with that similar type of delivery or more into the body.
He needs to change the line if he's going to bowl a short ball. Again, he was pitching up. It's almost as if he wants to bowl the short ball. But I don't know let me just let people know, when you bowl in short pitch delivery, it takes a lot out of you. Right, so maybe he's trying to save some of that energy.
I'm sure you know from experience.
When you bowl short balls, it takes some effort to do it, especially if you want to get it up head height on a wicket that isn't as responsive. So it will take something out of you. But somebody has to pull the choke. Trust your fitness. There you go. That's kind of more like it. You have to try and just to shake up things a little bit and let the batsman know that you're thinking. So now they might be looking for the short ball all the time, and then you slip in the Yorker. End of the over, 94 without loss.
And that was sensible from Cooper as well. There was a fielder in that deep backward square position and went straight to him, but again, just ensuring to roll his hands at the right point in time and get that bat face down, so that delivery would have just stayed on the ground rather than go uppishly. So again, no harm from the bowler if he happens to concede a boundary, Ruskin. I'm sure it's not something to be correct, because if you keep persisting with that, and again you have the variety of using that fuller length rather than your more consistent delivery, let that be the different one.
Yeah. And it's 95 without loss. But you realize all the time Cooper was trailing Mohan. Now Cooper has raced to 48 from 100 deliveries, and Mohan is on 44 from 88 deliveries. So the rules are changing right now. Cooper is beginning to expand his game a little bit more, and his experience, because he's been scoring runs, I would say, heavily in recent times. So he's looking well set here for a big one. Driving again, and again a bad misfield, and just like that, the batsman, he's kind of let off the hook here. He goes one closer to a half century, a deserved half century, I must add. 49 now to Cooper, and it's 96 without loss.
And you saw the reaction of Jordan, definitely not pleased with that effort from the fielder at point, and misfield allowing them to get a single.
Looks like Andre Bailey is standing there.
As a fast bowler yourself, Ruskin, you would know those furious stares.
It's hard work, man.
Yeah, once you are running in at your strongest, your fittest and quickest, and putting all of your energy, exerting that into the delivery, and then putting pressure onto the batsman, and that pressure being relieved so easily. You know, it just sometimes you see those glances that they give the fielders, and they wish that you could disappear.
Yeah, the stare. You know, are you talking about wanting to disappear? I'll give you a joke here. There's a time Trinidad was playing, the West Indies rather was playing, and after this delivery, and there it is again. This is the height you want to get the bouncer up to, because you could see he's uncomfortable playing it. You know, you got away with it, okay, fine. So the next time you probably want to try to surprise him. But that it has to be a real effort ball, you know. So you know it's going to take something out of you, but it's your best chance now probably of getting a wicket, you know. And it's not just one ball. It has to be a plan, you know, that you're going to try to execute here. But here's another delivery. This pulled away nicely. Cephas Cooper quickly into position to bring up his half century. Very well played indeed, as he races now to 53 with 9 fours.
A very mature and well-structured innings from Cephas Cooper, batted with such intelligence at the start, was very watchful, and as you see that pull shot executed to perfection, it's a replica of many of the shots that he has played to bring up that half century, and also it brings up the 100 for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 101 without loss in the 32nd over. So 2 milestones reached in this over, and definitely going well for the Red Force at this point.
And there's no middle on, so that one is going to run down the hill. It's going to get close to the boundary, may not get there, and in fact it does. Well, I thought the fielder was just escorting it to the boundary there. That was Andre Bailey.
Looks like he gave up initially.
Yep. And I don't know if the field is a little bit damp or something, it might be, but he just didn't seem interested in putting in a dive, or at least trying to. Look at how close to the ball he got. And he just decided, listen, I am not even bothering there. So Cooper races on now to 57 and 105 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago at the end of the over.
What I like about that last boundary, we saw him play that on drive on a few occasions, but straight to the fielder. And this time he managed to get the angle of the shot in his liking. He got that just wide of the field at mid-on and allowed it to run away. So just continuing to grow in confidence. Cephas Cooper, Vikash Mohan on the other end, approaching that half-century mark. You see the field very spread, same field position that Shields had in the last over, but allows the batsman to just work the ball around. Once he's continuing with that line and not going into the body of the batsman, as you said, he's just allowing them to use that width and guide the ball to the different parts of the field.
Yeah, but he's bowling into the pads on a fuller length. But when he bowls his short ball, he's pulling it towards the off stump or outside the off stump. When he should stay on that line and force them to hook him or pull him from there. As opposed, see, all there is good because he's on a just short of a good length. That's kind of like his bread and butter delivery. And because he could control that. What I would like to see him do is from that same position, just try and get one to kick from there. Like I said, it's going to take effort. And, but sometimes you just, you forget everything and you just pull the choke and you go. There you go. And that's more like it, but it's going to take something out of you. He has to understand that. And this is where the fitness comes in. If you're going to be playing cricket at this level, you're aspiring to play cricket at this level, fitness cannot be an issue with you, especially if you're a fast bowler, because you would have been preparing months in advance. You know, you can't wait until you get the call to then try to get fit. You have to be at some level of fitness before you even get to the camp. There it is again. You have to make life difficult for the batsman, and this is a nice change that we're seeing here. And yeah, he means business. He put his hands in the dirt here now, so he really means business now.
And you saw that was fended uppishly from Mohan. So again, I'd like to just see one of those fielders close in or around the bat.
Yeah.
If you're going with this new line of action and into the body of the batsman, just put that extra pressure on him.
And the trick, of course, is you bowl the short ball to Mohan a lot more than you bowl it to Cooper. And
again, fuller into the pads, as we said. Just needs to get away from that length if he's going into the body. Mohan just plays it comfortably, flicks it away. He has protection, but at the same point in time, it's just leaking easy runs.
Yeah, because he's picking him off, just turning it off his legs. Whereas if it was climbing up into his chest or into his rib cage, it might be a lot more difficult shot to play. And for all you know, the wicketkeeper could come into play, or as you said, the man at mid-wicket might also be in play. Now he's starting to think like a fast bowler, because that is part of your armory there. At the end of the over, 106 without loss.
And that's the sort of aggression and intent we want to see from the CCC fast bowlers, as Trinidad and Tobago Red Force still a lot of batting to come. The likes of Jason Mohammed, Jed Gooley, Yannick Karaya, Joshua James, a very talented all-rounder. Antonio Gomez making his debut for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, a very young, promising, talented wicketkeeper batsman.
I'm really anxious to see if young Ratcha will get his chance at some point in the season. I know it's going to be difficult for him, but I think he's shown enough to suggest that he could handle, this step up here now. I haven't seen them call for a helmet or anything like that as yet, but maybe if the bowlers are going to bowl short, then you're right, put somebody under the bat. Just give the batsman something else to think about as well. And let's see if they're able to handle what is happening. That's Bailey. Andre Bailey is coming into the attack now. He bowled a couple overs earlier.
And it looks as if the fast bowlers are just trying different options from either end, because we saw the pair of Jordan and Shields switching ends at the stage of the innings already, and now Bailey, who previously bowled from the media center end, is now coming from the BLCA end.
Again, it's too easy for the batsman. That length is a friendly length. Let's put it that way. You have to mix it up.
He's also much slower in pace than Shields and Jordan. So I think if he's going to bowl that length, Mohan just had a sighter from that first delivery. Of course, approaching 50. He wouldn't want to play any reckless shots. We want to get to that milestone. He wouldn't want to play any reckless shots. We want to get to that milestone firstly, but easily take advantage of Bailey.
Yeah, and the field placing has to be spot on as well, because there is nobody square the wicket on the offside in the ring. There's a man at that deep point on the boundary, and then you have the two men out on the leg side. There's a fine leg and then there's a deep square leg. So obviously the short ball is probably I suppose in the plan. Then there's a mid wicket and a mid on the onside.
And that's a better length and also into the body But we see, at least for the last 6 to 8 overs, Ruskin, they have kept that fielder at backward square and defined leg, but they have not bowled the requisite.
He never really reacted to it. And there was one where he was driving through the outside, came down to fine leg.
Yeah.
But outside of those, and the pull shot, we remember there was a hook shot just now from Mohan that went aerial for a while. But outside of those, the batsmen have been relatively in control. And they've been in control of the emotions as well. They haven't allowed the situation to get the better of them. Mahabir Singh is back. He was roughed up a little bit, especially by Mohan early on.
Yeah, it's a chance again for him, another opportunity that his captain have brought him in here now to try to prize out a wicket.
He's plugged the gap at long on because remember he had it mid on and mid off up.
Yeah.
And they went to them. Both batsmen, I think twice we saw Mohan jump down the wicket and hit him, and then Cooper unleashed one exquisite drive, a ferocious drive past extra cover for 4, taking on the flighty deliveries. But because the long on is in position, he might be a little bit skeptical about doing it this time. But this will help. That's well played. That's 4 runs. It's going to run down the hill. I don't think they're going to get to it, and that's 4 good-looking runs.
It brings up a half century as well for Vikash Mohan on 47 prior to this. Too short. Some may say it's a bit too close to cut, but he played it well in the end. Dong pass slip in the gap, and Paris had no chance. And a brilliant half century for Vikash Mohan. Just adding icing on the cake in terms of the partnership where that is concerned. 51 of 100.
With this approach, yeah, and the bowlers are really now looking for answers here. How do they really price out one of these two or both of them?
Well, they'll be hoping Nelson strikes for them. 1-1-1 on the board.
Yeah, but 51 and 57. Partnership of 111. Striking at about 3.17 and over as the over comes to an end. 111 without loss.
Now, Joan Jeremiah, what would he be thinking? He may be thinking that, should they have won the toss and batted first, seeing that the track is playing so well for batting. But again, we can't really say that because at the end of the day, when you win the toss or either when you lose the toss, as the case may be, you have to do what's presented.
The big hitters still to come. And because when you have a partnership like that, 330 already, if anybody else gets a half century or anything close to that,
yeah,
you're looking at a score in excess of 500 runs.
Certainly.
Because one of these two, you figure, might go on to score another 50, 60 runs if they do. But
Yeah.
both of them could go, unless Kawaja goes on and score a double 100.
Yep.
You're really, not that they can't chase it down because they have talented batsmen, but the Australian attack is such that it could cause problems, even on a placid wicket. Again, you could just see the determination here on Cooper. It's almost as if he's starting over after getting to his half century. He's just played out a maiden over there, just a leg by, I think, came up in it. 113 without loss at the end of the over. It was a good over from Bailey, but again, no real terror from him.
Yeah, I thought that Bailey coming back in this spell now, he looks a bit better. In the first spell of his, he started well, but coming down to the final couple of overs in that spell, he was really all over the shop. Bursing as well, he would want to settle in.
Yeah, but like I said, because of the long on, I don't think he's going to jump down the wicket after him like before. But he'll try to play him on the back foot as much as possible. What he has to do now, Mahabir Singh, is maybe give it somewhere and tempt him to want to go over the top.
Yeah, I see no reason why he shouldn't flight a couple and invite the batsman to go downtown, seeing, as you said, seeing the fact that he has the long on in place.
And if you're going to do it, he could probably drop mid-off back as well. There's nothing to suggest that you can't throw the mid-off back, force the batsman to hit it. If he hits it hard on the ground, fine, that's only a single.
Yep.
You know, but you want him to try to get under it and maybe get off, miss time one and get caught in the deep.
Yeah, test the patience of Cephas Cooper and Vikash Mohan now having gotten to the half century.
See, he's yet to flight the delivery. He's pretty much flat.
Yeah.
It's almost like he's afraid of being launched like he was in his opening spell. But he has to put that behind him and work on the batsman as much as possible. But it's a good over, a good quick over, a maiden, 113 without loss.
And the artificial light's coming on our skin, with the natural light fading just a bit as we get closer into the afternoon. It's about 10 minutes past the hour 5 this afternoon in Trinidad and Tobago.
It's a nice cool evening. It wasn't too hot. I mean, when the sun was with us, it was nice and bright.
Yeah.
But then the rains came and kind of put that away for a bit. But hopefully they'll be able to
so much going on in and around Trinidad and Tobago, and especially with the carnival season approaching our skin, seeing some work being done on the eastern end of the facility, the northeastern end, where they're setting up for one of the carnival parties.
They host a lot of functions, fetes, literally.
Yeah.
Thousands. Got away with that one because that was right there for the pickings. Cooper missed it. You could see him rehearsing, just dropping the bat on it, and that would have been an easy single for him. And if he played it fine, he might have gotten even more. So Bailey has to be mindful. He has to be careful. And if you want to bowl that line again, you have to bowl the height. You need height. You can't just bowl regulation deliveries on the pads.
Yeah.
You're asking for trouble.
Certainly. And that last delivery is more like where he would want to settle in on. And you have to be consistent. You can't afford to bowl 3 good deliveries and then the next 2 or 3 deliveries again in the over. Deliveries are sprayed down the leg side.
That just releases pressure. So you're building the pressure and then you're releasing it yourself.
Yep.
Short ball, pulled away 4 runs. And I keep saying, while I encourage them to bowl the short ball, but you bowl it to Mohan, not to Cooper. Because Cooper is a much better hooker. And he's into his wicket there quickly. And just swiveled and helped it through square leg for 4 runs. He hit that more in front of square than behind square. And he goes to 61 now. And it's 117 without loss. So this partnership just keeps rolling along.
But if we look at how he played that shot, Ruskin, the ball still didn't get up as much as he would have liked. he stayed low and was able to yet still ride the bounce of the delivery.
Yeah, Cooper had to wait on it and keep his eyes on it because it didn't like jump at him. So I think they're working on the ball. That's Jordan trying to get it shiny as much as possible for Bailey. Again, Cooper looks so in control. He's just, it's almost like it's looking too easy for him. He's just on top of everything. He's striking the ball well. He's in no hurry. He's not being hustled by any means.
It's very, very fit as well, Cephas Cooper. Works very hard on his fitness.
As it should be, as all players who are playing at this level. Well, they asked for the umpires to look at the ball. And we did see in the North-South game, they did change the ball quite a bit. But that was in the night, like when the artificial lights took over.
Yeah.
I think we saw them change the balls a couple of times late in the evening. This is fairly early for change, but I don't know if it's the shape that they're looking at or if there's something else. But the umpires had a little discussion and felt that it doesn't warrant a changing. The pink ball does get discolored quicker than the normal red one.
It's good to see the umpires and the players smiling. And meanwhile, some of the players took a chance to get a drink of water as well with the immense heat out there.
The place has cleared up nicely in terms of the rain that we had earlier. Again, Cooper right on top of it. It's all so easy. It's almost like he's having a net session. Just stroking the ball. 117 without loss at the end of the over.
And this partnership, I'm sure CCC is asking themselves now,
why did we put them in?
Yeah, why did we put them in? And also, where's that wicket going to come from?
They can't give up. And like I said, they probably just need to try different things. But they can't try too many different things. But they need to figure out, okay, this is something that we feel will work. Or let's work at this, see if it works. If not, this is plan B, plan C, plan D, whatever it is. But you can't do all of that in one over. So you kind of, you bowl an over or two and see if that is working. If not, then okay, let's try something else. And he's going short again. There's a man out there, but again, the ball bounces before it gets to him. There was a man out there at that deep mid-wicket position, forward of square, really. And the ball was in the air for a long while. You could just see Mohan giving himself room and having a go at it. Probably hit it too early.
Yeah.
Kind of got under it. And luckily for him, it fell about a couple meters in front of the deep forward square.
You don't want to reach this far and then throw your hand away. You can see Vikash Manu was disgusted at that. Could have easily gone to hand. And that would have been the first wicket for CCC.
Yeah, that would have been a gift.
Yeah.
Because it was really a long hop delivery, but because it kept low, like you said, that end, some of the deliveries tend to keep low. That's a glorious shot for 4 runs. They're asking themselves now, where exactly can we bowl to Cooper? Because the ball is short ball, he's able to pull it and cut it very well. And they pitch up, and this is the answer.
Well, you're asking Mahabir Singh to flight the delivery. I think he decided to take that up, and, well, he was met with an exquisite drive from Cooper.
Yeah, that was a brilliant shot. The second one he's executed against him to the one at either end.
Yeah, a bit too full, I think, on that occasion from Mahabir Singh.
And I was making the point that you could drop the mid off back as well and give him a single. If he's going to attack you, just give him the single. Don't give him 4. you know, but you're trying to get him to try to get under the ball and see if he could lift it. But that was a well played off drive, straight back past the middle fielder. So the end of the over, 122 now without loss.
Yeah, and Cooper is someone who you don't want to miss your length and lines to. You want to be on your A game when you're bowling to someone like him. But look at the batting lineup to come. Carrier and all of these guys. Antonio Gomez, who is actually making his debut today as a wicketkeeper batsman for the Red Force. Jason Mohammed, well, a double hundred in the North South Classic, runs in the practice match that followed. Also Tian Webster and Joshua James, the big hitting all-rounder, he's in there as well.
But that's the thing, there's so much potential in this team. There's experience and there's some new faces. And so it's really, it augurs well for Trinidad and Tobago. What they have to do is to really show their capabilities and keep going. You're going to run a leg by here. You know, and just to keep going. But they must be thinking now, with a start like this, anything under 400 might be, as far as they're concerned, might be a disappointment, because they have to be thinking 400, maybe even 450, and put pressure on CCC and maybe try to bowl them out twice under that score.
When you get a start like this, you want to ensure that the total that you put in the first innings could allow you to only bat once.
Yep, that has to be the plan here. And again, trying to fetch it from outside the off stump. And didn't really get up as much as he wanted to, but you could see him trying to go through the onside.
Yep. And that as well is only barring CCC doesn't have a good first innings with a bat as well, Ruskin.
Well, yeah, well, well, I suppose the plan is you make runs and then you dictate.
Yeah.
You know, from there. You know, even if they have a good first innings, what you want is to bowl them out, you know, under the follow-on score, and then send them back in and see if we could get them out quickly. It's a nice take there from Richards, going sprawling over to his left.
I thought that Cooper missed out there.
Yeah, it was full when it passed him.
There's a wide-ish fine leg. And there's also a deep forward square leg on the boundary. So there are two very wide gaps either side of the fine leg fielder.
So any kind of contact might have netted your boundary. Or at least a couple of runs.
Yep.
Didn't miss out this time, but again he can't get it past the mid-wicket this time.
It's looking so compact, Cephas Cooper. When the bat comes down to meet the deliveries served up by Bailey and, well, the spinners and the seamers, he looks so solid.
Yeah, it's as big as a door right now. We're beginning to see the shadows lengthening across the field now as the sun goes down.
I just think, yes, Cephas Cooper can play the short deliveries well. Also, when he's playing the short deliveries well, he plays the short pitch deliveries, well, rather pulls or hooks forward of square leg rather than backward of square leg.
We got a single. There is protection out there, but again, at least it was at a decent height that he had to work to get that shot out of the way. Whereas in before, they were just bowling it at waist height, and all he had to do was just free his arms. 124 without loss at the end of the over.
Yeah, the point I was making is that, you know, he plays the short pitch deliveries, yes, well, in forward of square leg. Now, I'd like to see something we haven't seen all afternoon is OJ Shields, the quickest bowler of the CCC unit, come round the wicket to right-handed Cephas Cooper and get a short leg in, also get a deep backward square leg and that fine leg in position, and look to pepper him with some short deliveries around the wicket.
But it's, I just think who's comparing. Here goes Cooper, and this is gone. Immediately on leaving the bat, you knew it was going to sail out of the ground, and it went high and far for a maximum.
Yeah, flighted this time again from Bursing, and Cooper disdainfully punishes that over deep mid wicket.
130 now, without loss. So these two just continue to soldier on.
I think that's the first 6 of the afternoon as well, Roscoe.
Could very well have been, yeah. Because they both got their half centuries with boundaries. One had 9 and one had 7.
Yep.
So the umpires having a look at the ball again. And again, they say it's okay. We could take a little more beating.
Well, I think when they say, when they tell you as an opener to beat the shine out of the ball and to see the new ball out, I think this is certainly what Cooper and Mohan is doing.
And that's their interpretation of that. They say if they go for 1, they might run for a second. And they think about it, but then they decide against it. Shields had it in his grasp quickly. But you could see Shields. He's running around in the field, but he's not flying around.
Yeah.
You know, because he extended himself in that last spell there. And so I don't know if he could come back any moment now. Well, the break is not too far away, so they probably will play to that. And then after the dinner break, hopefully Shields might be reinvigorated to give them another burst. Or even Jordan. Mohan. Here again is the ball coming back up. So that's the end of the over. You see, he hasn't really looked as if he's trying to, you know, to bludgeon the bowling. He's just picking his spots and taking what the bowlers give him. He's 79 from 133 deliveries. Mohan is 54 from 117. Again, just drifting on the pads, probably a little too much. And because the field really isn't set for that, half volleys or, you know, half trackers on the pads, you're going to get picked off there because you have a mid-off, a cover, a point on the boundary, a slip on a gully or a slip on a first slip and a third slip maybe. You know, the concentration has to be off stump, outside the off stump. Once you start drifting on the pads, you're asking for trouble.
You have no protection really, apart from the deep forward square leg and that wide fine leg. And anything on those deliveries that's angled into the pads will be runs. A lot of gaps on that own side.
Again, he misses out on a delivery on the pads there, so you're really asking for trouble at that stage. So the players will get a little bit of a break here as they get some refreshments, and as they do so, let me tell you the latest score here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after being put into bat by CCC, are 137 without loss.
Well, action resumes here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy after the drinks break. 1 hour to go until the luncheon interval in this match in the first round of the Cricket West Indies 40 Championship. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force combined campuses and college his team, and Ruskin Mark has taken his leave, and I'd like to invite once more into the commentary position Keshav Bahadur Singh. Good afternoon, Keshav.
Good afternoon, Visham. Definitely glad to be here and looking on at this wonderful partnership and innings that has been developing for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Of course, Vikash Mohan on 54, Cephas Cooper up to 79, and it just goes to show you the nature of the surface, as we were speaking of this morning. Excellent batting track, and both of these batsmen making full use of it. And as they are both set right now, I think getting to a century each should be the next individual targets.
Short and down the leg side, that's pulled away. There's protection out there. Amir Singh is back, and Keshav, he has been taking some tap from Cephas Cooper and Vikash Mohan. Jeremiah, the skipper, has decided to stick with him. He's trying something different now. He's coming around the wicket. Your thoughts on that?
I actually like that idea because it's just something different to put in the mind of the batsman, and then that angle from around the wicket to the right-hander. You could get some natural drift going across as well.
Yeah, I really like that move as well, and I was telling Ruskin I would like to see O.J. Shields, the quickest of the bowlers on that CCC team, come around the wicket, look to tuck these two batters up. Very slow this time from Amir Singh, taking all the pace off it. He was a bit quick and flat in his opening spell. This time Cooper drives and drives hard, and the long on fielder comes around, and luckily there was that long on fielder in position.
And Cooper just continuing in that lovely stride of his. And again we see no fielder close in.
Yeah.
I know at this point I might be repeating myself a bit much in terms of that, but I just think it's an essential aspect of the game, especially when you're at a stalemate in terms of not getting wickets.
Yeah, I think so. I found that the CCC team has become to the end of the 43rd over, and it's 139 without loss. I thought that they have been more reactive, Keshav, rather than be proactive, you know, and you normally ask your players to try to be proactive rather than reactive, but it's the opposite here for the CCC team. It's as though their shoulders have dropped just a bit, the energy isn't there, and, you know, a wicket would really G the team up, but they're not being as attacking as enough to bring forth a chance for a wicket, as you rightfully mentioned.
Yeah, and even as you were on that point, just in the background of the screen with the scorecard, I just noticed that Akeem Jordan was in fact going to give the umpire his hat as if he's going to take the ball and take up the attack, but Jordan was actually ushered away from the skipper, Jeremiah, and he didn't seem too pleased at that. I think he was set to come back in for a spell at this stage, but the skipper opting to go for a different option, and you just wonder if at this point the CCC camp might just be taking a toll on their mental, having been out there for some 43 overs with no real impetus for the fielding team. 139 without loss, both batsmen set, and no real chances, Visham. That, I think, is the main problem. We saw a couple of deliveries maybe past the outside edge of the bat, a couple of deliveries played uppishly, but much short of the fielder than to allow it to be a potential catch. So my concern for the CCC team is that they are not taking any proactive steps, as you say, to introduce some sort of element of change and cause these batters to be in a period of difficulty.
Yeah, very much so. Looks to be Damel Evelyn, the new bowler, coming into the attack. Edged and gone! Evelyn into the attack, And out goes Cooper. Have a look at Evelyn go. Well, well, well. It's as though he's saying, Skip, you should have brought me in earlier.
Well, look at the joy and celebration from Evelyn as well as the CCC. And right on cue, as I was speaking about the fact that Jordan was going to bowl and Captain Jeremiah decided to try something different. Cephas Cooper did not wait to have a sighter. A good catch taken at second slip as well, diving low to his right. And look at Evelyn running all around the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Cephas Cooper has to go 80, made from 139 deliveries, and it was an excellent innings from the opening batsman. Resounding applause and cheers from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force camp. But my word, Visham, just as we were calling for a breakthrough, look at this from the part-time medium pacer.
Yeah, full just outside the off stump, inviting Cooper, and what a sharp catch that was taken there at second slip. And Cooper has to go for 80, a well played 80 though, but I thought that he threw away what would have been an easy 100 there, Keshav.
Well, again, it just goes to show you the fabled power of that commentator's curse. It actually worked in favor of CCC this time, because right before that delivery, I was applauding the efforts of Cooper and Mohan to be set at this stage. And Cooper on 80, you think he would have been eyeing a century. And the first delivery from Evelyn, he had a flash at it outside of the off stump. Didn't wait to see what he was doing, the difference in pace, any difference in terms of the movement off of the seam. And, he decided to go aggressively for that first one, and unfortunately leading to his demise. But still an excellent innings from Cephas Cooper, and we'd want to see more of him as they continue in this regional 4-day championship. Evelyn, what a start though. Wicket on the first delivery.
Yeah, certainly making inroads as soon as he came into the attack, and that's what the doctor would have ordered for the CCC team, and that's what the skipper would have been looking for as well. Just come in and buy a wicket. Well, he didn't have to pay any money for that wicket at all. Here's Evelyn again. Jid Gooley, the new batsman. Just back and across at that one, and full face of the bat presented. Jid Yuri Gooley. Middle name Yuri, Keshav.
Yeah, definitely seems to be of the religious kind.
I have to have a look at what that means. Solid. And as we said, this end of the pitch, Keshav, the ball has been coming through nicely. Whereas when the batsman is on the southern end, where Mohan is standing at the moment at the non-striker's end, the ball, a couple of the deliveries that would have been bowled have been keeping a bit low.
Well, the delivery from Evelyn to get the wicket of Cooper was just in or around that corridor of uncertainty, as they refer to it, just outside that off-stump line. And initially it seemed to be as if it was going for that half-body length, but I think it just was that right length, just back of a length, in fact, and hence taking the outer edge of the bat.
Gooley allows that one into the gloves of Richards. Not a bad start at all from Damel Evelyn. As the artificial lights begins to take over here now at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Interesting to see how both teams react to this period or this passage of play here. Flick nicely backward of square leg. This could be 4. But well fielded in the end. And Gooley earns himself 3 runs. So he's off and running. Bit too straight there from Evelyn. But well played though.
Yeah, nice looking shot from Gooley. Get off the mark and into his pad, so able to do it confidently, and good work in the outfield as well from Mahabir Singh. Nice stop down on the boundary to prevent the 4, and that completes the 44th over. 142 for 1. Wicket of Cephas Cooper falling in that
previous over from Evelyn, and it's a very interesting time for Jet Gooley to come to the crease, I must say, because at this point of the game, Vishan, with just around 45 minutes left to the next interval, it's also just the natural factor around, as you mentioned, the artificial floodlights coming on and the natural daylight fading.
Yeah.
So it's a really unique period of play here before the next break, where a new batsman coming to the crease has to just take his time, and I think his first goal should be to reach to that next interval without giving away his wicket and, get himself in, because at that point the light should be in full effect with nightfall, and then you can adjust your eyesight and your entire momentum and charisma on the field to suit.
Mahbir Singh comes back in, and with the left-hander there now in Jet Gooley, he could fancy his chances. And with CCC picking up that wicket, you can see an instant energy boost.
Yeah, well, I think that's exactly what they needed. Granted, they would have wanted it sometime earlier.
And yet still we haven't seen another close infielder added with the new batsman coming to the crease. I can see it seems as though they're asking for that now. Asking for a helmet and the leg guard for the short leg fielder. A bit on the shorter side, those last two deliveries from Mahbir Singh. Played well by Gooley. Gooley was also half on his shoulders and the back of his mind, Keshav, the foundation that has been set already. He would want to build on this start, not just him, but he won't want to throw away his hand with this wonderful batting track in front of him. 45 overs completed. 142 for 1.
And of course, with the likes of Jason Mohammed, Tian Webster, Joshua James, Yannick Correa, Antonio Gomez still to come in the batting lineup, I really think that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are in an excellent position. And you just wonder what the approach is going to be, because some of those names that I just called, as you would know from looking at them, whether it be in the Premier 1 division, the regional format, or even some of those players featured on the international stage.
Yeah.
There are some players who can come in and play those sort of cameos that can take the game away from a fielding team, with that powerful, aggressive nature and intent. Players who can hit the ball to all parts of the ground if required to accelerate. And what we've seen from the pitch is that they can play through the line. You haven't really seen much deliveries just hold up in the pitch or much deviations.
Evelyn for another over, and continues to attack the stumps, and at times just outside the off stump. But if we look at how he got the wicket of Cooper, just lured Cooper into that drive, and just a lapse in concentration, Keshav, not looking at, hey, a new bowler is coming to the attack, let me have a feel of what he's doing. Mohan is just turning that one away for 1.
Yeah, well, it's one of those situations where, the way Cooper approached the entirety of his innings, I think everyone would have expected him to just play that first delivery, take your time, see what he's offering, and then look to go into your shots. And, again, it's just, as Ruskin and I spoke of earlier this morning, it's that split second, that minor lapse of concentration at times can lead to your downfall. And we won't know what he was thinking then, but I'm sure he would be not as pleased with himself given the fact that he was so close to 100 and nothing was troubling him.
Just back of a length, and Gooley punching well back down the ground. Does it have the legs to get to the boundary? No, it does not. Skipper Jeremiah limits them to 3. That's brilliant running, Keshav.
Very good running indeed between the wickets. and also just a testament to the communication and understanding between the pair. Jed Goody, of course, no stranger to regional cricket, as well as the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lineup. Have been featuring for quite a number of years, and at this point I think would be regarded as one of the senior batters in the lineup.
Fair enough. A 200s to his name in first class cricket, and averaging 31.75. Well, you'd want to get that average up a bit with this season in full swing. And Mohan looking for the single. Of course, Mohan has shied away just a bit with Cooper adding some invaluable impetus to the innings upon passing 50. But since Mohan has passed 50, Cooper really took the limelight away from him just a bit. So it's all about him now and Gully. This is another vital partnership here for the Red Force. But it'll be interesting to see how Vikash Mohan approaches this phase of the innings.
Well, I think his role ideally should be to bat through the innings as much as possible, and of course just continue in his usual manner.
Evelyn round the wicket now. I like this. Always likes to see the seamers against the left-handers coming around the wicket, angling the ball in, much like a Kemar Roach or a Stuart Broad used to do. Love seeing that.
You just wonder with the feeding light and the weather conditions if there might be any assistance for the bowlers.
Well, that one's certainly coming in sharply. And there was a loud cry for catch there. At the end of 46, no harm done. 147 for 1.
Yeah, that was driven uppishly from Goody, and you saw the excitement from Evelyn since he's coming to the attack. You see the entire CCC team has been given a lift, of course, the wicket being the pivotal turning point for them, but just the general energy and excitement and intensity that they are playing with now. And we see the fielder coming on to the pitch now with that leg guards and helmet, so we are going to see the bat pad being employed. And I mean, we've been calling for it for quite some time, I think, since the first 10 to 15 overs, when we wanted that fielder close in to just put some extra pressure on the batsman. Now, the whole point of that, okay, so he's given a helmet and he's not going to go into the fielding position just as yet.
Yeah, I think maybe when Jit Guli comes up to the batting mark, he may just put the fielder in. Marbursing around the wicket.
And as he's around the wicket, I thought he could have gone in at short
leg, yeah.
Because that angle coming in, you don't want Mohan to just defend you comfortably.
And this one just paddled away nicely by Mohan for 1. He's got the shots, Mohan. But yeah, there's always that odd delivery that can bounce a bit extra, that can surprise the batsman. I really agree with that, Keshav, that they could have put in the short leg regardless of who's batting.
And now we see it being employed for Guli. So naturally, Mahabir Singh, a right-hand off spinner, even though we haven't seen much turn from the pitch, that ball would be going away from Guli with its natural turn. However, coming around the wicket, he would also be angling it into Guli with his drifters as well.
Well, the fielder does come into play on that occasion. I would have liked to see him forward of Guli, though, in front of Guli. It looks to be Siddiqui Henry under the helmet. This one played nicely down to a long off for 1. So Guli just getting his eye in. Approaching 150 now. It's 149 for 1.
And now again, taking off the helmet and releasing the pressure for Mohan, the batsman who is more set.
Again, Mohan with that paddle. down to the fine leg region. This time running through for 2. The 150 comes up. 151 for 1 now. Inside 47 overs. Mohan goes up to 60.
I think for Mohan, there's no need to have a deep fine leg when Mahabir Singh is bowling. I can understand a deep backward square leg, you know, if he's going to attempt a sweep shot. And now we've seen a couple of those paddle shots just behind the fielder. Maybe a leg slip.
Yeah.
Or anything to just prevent him playing so comfortably. Because if you look at that gap on the leg side, there's no fielder.
Very much so. A loud appeal for leg before. And not out, says umpire Taylor. Normally on the money, umpire T. Let's have a look here again. Pitching outside the leg stump there, Keshav.
It's always difficult when you're on a wicket, as this is placed nicely through the covers and they will pick up a couple of runs. But as an off spinner coming around the wicket to a right-handed batter, it's very, very difficult to get an LBW decision.
47 overs bowled now, 151 for 1. And I think you're seeing 375, 400 and 501 there, Keshav. All scores of Sir Brian Charles Lara. Which one of those you think the Red Force are going to get closer to altogether?
Well, it's definitely... It's looking to be 375 in the first instance. And of course, you don't want to count your chickens before they hatch. So I think they should just look to continue playing their natural game. At this point, they have batted well. They have batted intelligently to reach a formidable score without losing much wickets, only 1. And that wicket itself, you would say, was the batsman outing himself on his own.
Yes, certainly.
It really wasn't a matter of being defeated, but giving away his wicket with that loose shot.
Yeah, he threw his hands away literally.
And now we see a fielder at that short cover catching position for Gooley.
Evelyn getting too much movement on that occasion. And Gooley won't be interested with those deliveries. Mr. Pedro Collins, the coach of the combined campuses and colleges. He looks a happy man, though. I think the wicket would have lifted his confidence as well.
I would have liked to see him with that ping ball in hand out there, tell you.
Nice again there from Evelyn. And Cooley not going to go at those. Bassarat is giving a warning to Evelyn. She's running in the danger area. Or nearing the danger area there, Keshav.
Yeah, just having a word with him and ensuring that he doesn't run into that path. Obstruct the view.
So on top nicely down the ground. The mid-off fielder comes around to cut it off. That's Joanne Jeremiah.
And as you mentioned, Pedro Collins, you know, former West Indies left-arm seamer, also played for Barbados, Middlesex and Surrey. Played 32 test matches and 30 ODIs for the West Indies and 148 first-class matches, 98 list day matches and 29 T20s. So it's a very extensive career from Pedro Collins, a best of 6 for 53 in tests.
So on down the leg side, this could run away, you know. And it does. So a boundary to Vikash Mohan. It's been bogged down just a bit. And that boundary certainly would be thankful for that. 2 straight from Evelyn and worked away nicely.
Well, there's an error in delivery. You understand the game plan that Evelyn is working with. He's trying to get the batsman to play shots. He's not afraid to hang the ball out there for boundary scoring opportunities, which can also lead to wicket taking chances. And, you know, it's really a gamble.
Immediately, the captain would have had a word with Evelyn. And certainly, I think he don't want to be bowling down the leg side. He's bowling well, just on about that off stump line. So you just want to maintain that. That's more like it. That one just taking the inside edge.
He's a skiddy sort of bowler as well. You can see not the tallest of fast bowlers, but just that right height and action where he reaches to deliver upon the crease and gets the ball to rush onto the batters as the ground staff are just preparing for some potential rains in the distance. That rain always coming from that west to east direction.
Good to see Mohan as well getting past his highest score in first class cricket. He's up to 66 at the end of 48. It is 158 for 1, and Mohan highest first class score prior to this was 54. So it's good to see him now passing that. Evelyn, the lone wicket taker, 1 for 13 in 3. And Vikash Mohan as well, he would want to get that average up. Just on 9 games played in first class cricket, but he'd want to get that average up 19.46 up.
Just to give you an update as well in the other matches going on in the regional 4-day West Indies Championship. Windward Island Volcanoes against Jamaica Scorpions. Jamaica 291 for 7. And Guyana Happy Eagles against the Barbados Pride. Barbados Pride 346 all out. And the West Indies Academy up against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. The Hurricanes are 290 for 6 at the close of play.
Akeem Jordan for his third spell, I should say. He's bang on target straight away. The groundsmen, they're in position. Keshav, one would hope that the rain stays away. And they're getting the covers in their hands now. Never a good sign when that happens. Oh my.
Well, if it's one thing that you learn from cricket over the years, is that the ground staff always know best.
Yeah, I agree.
We have this extra knowledge and appreciation of the ground that they are custodians of, as well as the weather conditions around. So, very mindful of the different wind patterns. Sometimes even just looking at the direction of the clouds, can tell if it's going over, if it's coming directly here, so they can know if they have to be on standby for those covers, or whether they can just watch it sail by. As we saw this morning, there was a shower, and they were unmoved, because it passed very quickly.
As you say, they know best. And Jordan now looking to tempt Mohan outside at our stump, and not interested. And in comparison to what we saw from Cooper, he threw his hand right at a delivery from Damel Evelyn. If you're just joining us, Cephas Cooper, the man dismissed for 80 of 140 deliveries. Down the leg side, flicked away, and he's gone! Another one of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batsmen throwing their hand away. That one swinging into the pads of Mohan. And it was flicked straight into the hands of Avinash Marbury Singh at backward square leg.
Well, fuller onto the pads from Jordan, and Mohan, as you saw previously, liked to play that flick shot, and uppishly a very comfortable catch directly to Mahabir Singh, and you can see the disappointment on his face as he has to depart for a well-played 66 and his highest first-class score, and I'm sure he'll be looking to get many more runs as the tournament progresses, but for now his vigil has ended, and the score at this stage 159 for 2, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force losing their 2 set opening batsmen, Cephas Cooper and Vikash Mohan. Cooper on 80, Mohan on 66, and that brings to the crease the veteran Jason Mohammed, one of the most prolific batsmen for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team over the last decade and more, you would say, and being the most seasoned campaigner in this team. He knows the role that he has to play. Coming to the crease with Jangoo, also relatively new. Only 21 deliveries faced. But the CCC definitely have a bounce in their step.
Yeah, have a look at that dismissal again. Well pitched up, and that could have went anywhere. But he picked out the fielder at backward square leg in Mahabir Singh. The man in your picture now, Jason Nazmuddin Mohammed. Man has played, well, it's saying here, 100 first-class matches for Trinidad and Tobago. And he has an average of 30.47 and 4,876 runs. 1,300s, Keshav. Driving sweetly to get things underway. And this could run away. No, it does not. He'll get 2 to get his innings running. So 2 new batsmen at the crease, Keshav.
Yeah, and I mean, even though he's new to the crease, look at the comfort and ease in which Jason Mohammed played that shot. I mean, it really just shows the rich vein of form that he's in. Of course, in that North-South Classic over a couple of weeks ago at the same Brian Lara Cricket Academy, notched a double century for South, and it really was an innings of pure class and shows all of the experience.
Just playing around that front pad. Luckily, it took the inside edge. And that brings the 49th over to an end. At the end of it, 161 for the loss of 2.
As we note, this Cricket West Indies Championship 2025, competing for that coveted Headley Weeks trophy. Defending champions from last year, the Guyana Happy Eagles, in action in Guyana against Barbados, and Trinidad and Tobago and CCC doing battle here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. As I'd like to welcome alongside me Mr. Ruskin Mark.
Thank you very much. And I was just, today was a big day in the Champions League. And surprise, surprise, Liverpool lost today, 3-2, but they still topped the group. They number 1 in the group phase. Here's Jangoo stroking this one nicely through mid-wicket. They're gone for 1. They'll get a second. In fact, he'll get a boundary.
Excellent timing there from Guli. We saw him play that flick shot in one of the previous overs, but on this occasion, finding the gap and really well timed indeed, because no real set of power. In fact, just flicked the wrist and sped along the boundary.
I was telling you, with Manchester City winning today, they beat Club Brugge by a 3-1 margin. But the problem is they might have to face Real Madrid or Bayern Munich in the playoffs. That is going to be a tough ask.
How did your team fare, Ruskin?
Oh, well, yeah, Arsenal won 2-1 today against Girona, so they would finish 3rd in the group. In the group phase, so they qualify for the last 16. This is another good shot, but can't get it through.
The Liverpool defeat most certainly is an upset, given the form that they have been in.
One of their players got a red card. Aston Villa also made it through. They beat Celtic 4-2. That was a thrilling game. It was a tough game. I think it was much harder than Villa wanted at this stage. But what it is here, these two now have to start over. They have to forget what went before and just go about the business of making runs. Don't worry how well Cooper and company have played before. They now have to build something together here. They are 2 of the more talented players on this team, and we know Guli could score quickly. And again, trying to work that through mid-wicket again. He got through the last time, not this time.
Yeah, and what they need to do is just to be calm and collected at the crease. Don't let, as you said, those 2 wickets disturb their mentality and their approach. Of course, coming to the crease now, Jason Mohammed and Jangoo there for a few overs, but as the day turns to night, Ruskin, I dare say mentally they can set themselves up as if the game has now started for them.
Yeah, don't worry about anything else.
Correct. Now entering the crease, and the time in the game has changed, the weather conditions, all new.
And to his credit, Evelyn has put in a good shift here for his team and his captain. He got that wicket to break the partnership at 159, was it? 39. 139, and then 159 was when Jordan picked up Pepper. So Damel Evelyn probably is the happiest man out there right now. Looking for more again, sweetly timed, but straight to the field and ends the over. 165 for 2 at the end of it.
Since the introduction of Evelyn, CCC have done well in terms of restricting the run scoring and being more attacking in their bowling mindset. And the irony, Ruskin, is that before Evelyn was given the ball, Akeem Jordan was going to bowl from that end, and he raised his hands out inquisitively to the skipper Jeremiah as he signaled that he was going to give Evelyn the ball, and his first delivery got a wicket. And I'm sure throughout all of your experience in cricket over the years, playing and as well as broadcasting, you would have seen so many instances where what you least expect to happen. Correct.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, getting a wicket off your first ball is unbelievable. That's a gift that's really just on the legs, asking for trouble. And you got trouble because Jason Mohammed is not going to miss out on that. Full pitch, on the pads. Help yourself. And he did.
Really nice looking shot from Jason Mohammed. Pure timing and class.
Yeah, when the first ball he faced, he looked in such, good nick and full of confidence. But as in everything, as a new batsman, you still have to, as I say, you start from zero. So you still have to go through the gears to get your body warm, get your feet moving, get the eyesight in, everything.
Yeah, and what he needs to do, Jason Mohammed, is just remind himself that he being one of the senior batsmen in this team, now that the two set batsmen are gone, he has to play a role here where he needs to bat as long as he can throughout the innings. Of course, Jed Gooley, no stranger to making runs and making very valuable contributions to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, but I just think Mohammed, being that senior man in the setup, would take that responsibility on his shoulders.
Yeah, he could anchor the innings the rest of the way and, be that cog that everybody else kind of bats around. And, when he gets his chances, he could score. We know he can score quickly, but he too must figure, look, if I stay here, then 350, 400, is definitely on the cards. So, I'm not getting out. That's kind of the attitude that he has to take, and just play each ball on merit, and just let the game come to him. Don't go searching for. But if you get a ball like that and you could dispatch it, then you could see him admonishing himself as if he knows he should have done better. Probably should have cracked that square for 4. He hit it a little too early.
I think he might have been caught in two minds, either to play that backward push or defensive stroke, or whether to just stand on his feet and square cut a delivery, because it was wide outside of the off stump. So,
and again, that's what I was referencing there. That's because the body isn't set as yet. The lighting and everything else. His body is probably still getting used to that. So he's not in full rhythm as yet, because under normal circumstances, he would have just planted his feet and from a steady base play. Here he was kind of on the move or jumping when he was playing the shot. Jed Gooley looks a picture. He looks like he too is in the mood to play a big one. I think Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping that he does.
Solid as a rock. Yep. Jed Gooley, very formidable defense.
very talented batsman. And we know he can really stroke the ball around the place when he wants to, but I think this is not the time for him. He probably needs to repair this little bit of damage done here with the loss of those 2 quick wickets at the end of the over. 170 for 2 now. So Corbin, the man who took that brilliant catch to dismiss Cooper. Kyle Corbin had slipped. And you could just see the jubilation when that ball stayed in his hands. I don't know who was more excited, he or the bowler. It was all celebrating, which is good to see because they've been toiling all day.
Before that, Ruskin, every player had their shoulders dropped, their heads was down, and everything just seemed to be at a kind of stalemate for the CCC, and that wicket ignited fire and flames in their fielding efforts.
Yeah, and Evelyn has done very well with the ball. He's really bent his back for his team. So not just the wicket, but his effort is also commendable. And there he is again in the field. It looks full of energy. And he's probably one of those characters who is a real live wire in the dressing room, you know. So he probably keeps everybody humming. So when he got the wicket, they were all happy for him.
Correct. Also reminds you of a Kevin Sinclair.
You know.
Who never want to be too quiet on the field, to put it modestly.
But you have those characters. Somebody in the dressing room who just keeps everybody, you know, laughing and cracking up. And so when that person, that individual does well, everybody, you know, kind of joins in the celebration with him. So Shields is back, and this is a good time for him to just come back and maybe just express himself for a couple of overs before they go to the interval, the dinner break. So the captain is probably asking him, prize out another one here for us.
And that is going to be their main goal, bringing back your opening fast bowlers with 2 new batsmen at the crease. Of course, now turning very much into night at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
And got away with that one there. Mohammed not able to get it past Jordan there at that short square leg.
Well fielded too, because it was travelling quite some speed. But Mohammed, even though he's just reached the crease and, as you rightly stated, momentum doesn't seem to be in full gear, just shows you the class of the batsman. He's just played all of his shots still with that sort of elegance.
Yeah, this is a crucial period here. He needs to think of the clock as well. And, you know, not, as I say, he can't go looking for runs right now. He just needs to stay there and take it period by period, because the next period, of course, is to get to the interval without another wicket, without losing another wicket. And then after that, now you could then start to build. So the target probably by the end of the day would probably be, I would say 250, 260. If you could get more than that, fine. If you get to 300, you're happy. But you're probably looking at probably 260, 270, another 100 runs or so from here. And then tomorrow you could then see, you know, how you could build on that. It's stroked again, but it goes right through the Mount Evelyn, just as we were credited him. He just comes across and misses a simple take.
Mohammed also, I think, would feel that he missed out on that lower full toss. Could have just punched it through the covers, but thankfully that misfield still giving him a run. And as we were lauding the praises of Evelyn, the spotlight was on him too much, it seems.
Yep, got in his eyes there.
Correct.
You know, but it has been a good day for Trinidad and Tobago. Remember, they lost the toss, And that turned out to be a good outcome for them because they got 139 runs from the openers before they were separated. And they only lost the 2 wickets so far, the second going down at 159, and they're now up to 171 for 2. So this is from all, no matter which angle you take it from, this is still a good outing, a good day so far for the Red Force.
Yeah, no matter which way you look at it, that opening stand itself just goes to show you that they have started very confidently at the end of 52 overs, 171 for 2. And I'm sure they want to carry on that confidence, Ruskin, because if they bat sensibly here and they set a huge total, something in excess of 400-500, the game plan can then be to try and see if they can bowl the CCC out twice.
Yeah, well, that has to be the objective here. I'm sure David is telling them, look, guys, this wicket doesn't have much in it, so let's just bat and bat. And what we saw when we did the North-South game, how South got past 600. So it's not impossible for Trinidad and Tobago to put their heads down and, bat and build a big total. And but they have to also consider giving their bowlers an opportunity to get at the CCC batsmen. After you wear them out in the field, then you try to run through them with the ball. Again, Hakeem Jordan also with a wicket to his name, 1 for 25 from 11. So they're looking to him to do great things in this tournament this year. And I'm sure he might be thinking, what if we have, 7 games? Maybe
7 rounds, yeah?
Yeah, if I have 7 matches, maybe I can take 30 wickets, if we could get to 30 wickets, that would be, that would be a great achievement for him. Because you're looking at, if you have 7 rounds, essentially, if he's bowling, he may be thinking, if I bowl 2 innings in a match, that's 14 innings you're looking at. So to get to 30, all he really needs is maybe 2 or 3 wickets in an innings. You may not always get that, but you might get 1 in one inning and 5 in another inning. And so they add up over time.
Yeah, well, he's bowled really well, Jordan, and thankfully getting that 1 wicket in a column. Prior to that, extremely economical, as you can see, into his 12th over and only 25 runs conceded. So the batsmen have not been able to get him away due to his consistency with the line and length. And what I like is that most times he has been forcing the batters to play. He has not really given them much deliveries wide outside of the stumps to leave alone or to play attacking shots at, but he's keep on attacking the stumps.
You can bowl the short ball now. It's probably in his favor, and this one kept very low. And I think he was trying to bowl a short ball there. I was just about making that. Now is the time to bowl the short ball because I don't think the lighting, because it's transitioning.
Yeah, you see it did before it reached the keeper.
Mm-hmm. So this might very well be the time he could probably put in a couple short ones just to see how Jason and Gully would react to it.
You saw Jordan there just use his wrist while he had a smile on his face to probably indicate that it could have been a slower ball bouncer.
Something, but I think things are in his favor here now. 2 new batsmen, and a transition in light. So he probably, if at any time at all, the bowler has a little advantages right now, but he has to take advantage of that. He has to maximize that advantage.
Especially building the pressure in this over. 5-dot deliveries. And finishes strongly with the maiden. And that's the exact area he'd want to continue in. Jordan, 53 overs gone, 171 for 2.
So again, Gooley is on 13 and just starting to build his innings there. Jason Mohammed also now getting going, but you look at the artificial light and in the distance you see there might be a little drizzle just coming down. You're looking at the lighting. So the ground staff, they're at the ready, but they've been at the ready for the last half an hour because the rain is just floating around. It's present, but it's not heavy rain. So it's just there.
I must say that's dedication to the highest, Ruskin.
They're at the ready, and they have been at the ready for a while now. They're almost at attention there. This time we see the big fella is back in the mix against Shields. So there's the ground staff. They're at the ready, waiting.
We saw this a couple times in the innings where they stood there while the rain fell, and sometimes it just blew over so quickly that they didn't have to come on.
Yeah, they could stand at ease, but right now they're at attention, ready to go. If the umpires sit call. And what we're seeing here, I think, is what we saw earlier today when they had the new ball. These two operating in tandem, and they certainly kept things very tight, for a while, until maybe they started to tire a little bit, especially Shields. He started to go down the leg side, 2-3 times and over. But in the main, his line was pretty good. He showed good pace, and here he is again doing a similar job for his team.
Yeah, and at this point in time, I think Shields just needs to go into that reserve energy, as you saw earlier in the innings when he seemed to have been tiring a bit.
Yeah, he was going in the red there.
Correct, and now coming back for the spell, but especially with that new opportunity of fresh batters to the crease, you want to go into that next gear and try as best as you can to get that extra boost. See Lendl Simmons, the mentor, the Red Force team at home, offering some advice to Yannick Correa. The pads on tentatively to come in next, I would assume.
Probably. But they're taking their time here. I'm not sure if they're aware that if they finish this over quickly, they might squeeze in another one. But it just seemed to be all, laissez-faire out there. And not overly worried about that. But this would be ideal if you could get Jordan to get one more. You never know what could happen. The batsman might try to close up shop and play a bad shot or something. So it really would have been in their interest to kind of speed through this over and try and see if they can get to the other end before the clock says 6:30. Yeah, that's a gorgeous delivery again. He's bowled at Yorker time and again, and hasn't had the success yet, but he did put Cephas Cooper on the floor a couple times with it, because he had to dig it out and lost his footing, or at least had to get his foot out of the way.
And that extra pace from Shields, if he gets those deliveries on target, it'll be very difficult for the batsman to fend off.
Yeah, he's bowled well. He's bowled really well. I'm really impressed with him. Like I said, there's so much material to work with there. Has a nice, easy action, very straight, almost casual approach, but then he brings the arm over quickly. That ends the over. It also ends the session. It's 171 for 2 at the dinner break, and right now a wicket apiece for Jordan and Evelyn. Those are the two wicket takers so far. So 171 for 2 with Gooley not out 13 and Jason Mohammed on 8. And the two men out, of course, the two openers, Cephas Cooper for 80 and Vikash Mohan for 66. Very well played. They put on 139 before being separated. But that's the situation here. It's 171 for 2 at the dinner break with Guli on 13 and Mohammed on 8.